floor. Number 12, Rumola Link Road. That is the King David Plaza, the last floor. That is where you come to that place. That is it. Remember, the training is absolutely free. You're not paying anything. All you need to do is to be very serious. All you need to do is be ready to learn, ready to commit yourself to growth. And absolutely, it is free. FREE on Forex training, starting on the 23rd of this month, being on a Monday, lasting for 2 weeks. There's an online training and there's an offline training, so you make your choice. Now send your name to this number for the last time, but add whether it is online you prefer or offline. Offline means you will come to the office to learn. Online means you'll be given a link where you can join the classes online, so you could choose whichever one you prefer. The number for the last time, 0916 141 9928, 0916 141 9928. For the last time, 0916 141 9928. I'll see you there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Uputu. And the headlines. Senate passes Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026. FCT Minister Yesun Wiki slams opposition over election protest. Federal government reaffirms commitment to ethical performance in MDAs. On the foreign scene, Israeli government signs controversial settlement expansion near Jerusalem. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has urged the Senate to confirm the nomination of retired Admiral Jamila Abubakar as National Commissioner representing Adamawa State at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The request was contained in a letter addressed to the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and read at plenary. Tinubu cited Section 154, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended in forwarding the appointment for Senate confirmation, expressing hope for an expeditious consideration. Senate President Akpabio referred the request to the Senate Committee on INEC for legislative scrutiny and directed the committee to report back to plenary within 1 week. The nomination comes amid ongoing debates over electoral reforms and appointments to key electoral bodies in Nigeria. In a separate letter, Tinubu also urged the Senate to confirm Ismail Yusuf as chairman of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON. The request was made under Section 3, subsection 2 of the NACON Act 2026, with the President appealing for prompt legislative action. The Nigerian Senate has passed the Electoral Act 2022 Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026 following tense debates and a rowdy session over provisions on electronic transmission of election results. The session intensified when Senator Einaya Abaribe raised a point of order over Clause 60, particularly objecting to the proviso allowing manual transmission of results if electronic systems fail. Senate President Godswill Akpabio sustained Abaribe's point of order, and during the division, 55 senators voted to retain the provision, while 15 opposed it. The debate highlighted broader concerns over the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, which was temporarily stalled earlier as lawmakers reviewed each clause following a motion to rescind the previous amendment. The motion to rescind, sponsored by Senate leader Okpeyemi Bamidele, arose amid concerns that the original passage conflicted with the 2027 general election timetable announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Lawmakers argue that the 360-day notice requirement under Clause 28 could place elections during the Ramadan period, potentially affecting voter turnout, logistical coordination and the overall credibility of the process. The approval of the bill now positions the Electoral Act 2026 as the legal framework governing elections in Nigeria, with provisions for electronic transmission of results, clear timelines and mechanisms intended to enhance transparency, inclusiveness and compliance with national and religious considerations. Earlier, the House of Representatives erupted into a chaotic session as lawmakers clashed over a motion seeking to rescind the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, which mandates real-time electronic transmission of election results. The motion, moved by Francis Wivey, chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, aimed to align the House earlier December 2025 approval of the bill with the Senate's position on real-time electronic result transmission. When Speaker Tajuddin Abbas put the motion to a voice vote, the nays reportedly sounded louder than the ayes, but he ruled in favor of the motion, prompting protests and shouts from lawmakers. The Speaker subsequently called for an executive session to restore order. The controversy stems from the clause adopted by the House last December, which required presiding officers to electronically transmit polling units results to the Independent National Electoral Commission's result viewing portal in real time, following the signing and stamping of Form EC8A by presiding officers and polling agents. Apologies for the delay. Now to the rest of the news. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized Nigeria's electoral system, saying the country continues to struggle with credible elections despite having significantly fewer voters and polling infrastructure than India. In a statement, Obi described India as a democratic model, noting that it has more than 960 million registered voters, over 1 million polling stations, and voter turnout exceeding 60%, with technology enabling the electronic transmission of results within days. Obi pointed out that Nigeria, with roughly 1/7 of India's population, has about 93 million registered voters, less than 10% of India's voter base, and fewer than 20% of its polling stations, as well as about 1% of its political parties. He said it was troubling that Nigeria still struggles to conduct free, fair and credible elections or transmit results promptly, even when voter turnout is often below 20%. He argued that in India, political leaders, legislators and the judiciary work towards the welfare of citizens and future generations, whereas in Nigeria, many political actors pursue policies that impoverish the people and undermine the country's future. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Nyesom Wike, has criticized opposition figures for what he described as grandstanding and deception during recent protests calling for electronic transmission of election results. Speaking at the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Abuja, during a lecture titled The Impact of Political Leadership on Infrastructural Development in Nigeria Between Dividends of Democracy and Good Governance, Wike took a veiled jab at former River State Governor Rotimi Amechi, who attended the protest with his son, a medical doctor. Wike highlighted Amechi's claim that his son was present to provide medical aid to any injured protesters, dismissing the gesture as staged and designed to manipulate public sentiment. He questioned the sincerity of the act, arguing that true leadership is demonstrated through action rather than theatrical displays aimed at misleading the youth. The minister further accused Amechi and other opposition leaders of sudden advocacy for electronic transmission of results as a classic example of political opportunism. He urged Nigerians to distinguish between genuine leadership that delivers tangible outcomes and performative politics intended for public optics.
You have asked me about the rules and this. You see, it's very good. We'll promise you what to do, but we'll not promise what we cannot do. I'm not coming here to just like the other day. Some people went to a demonstration and somebody says, I brought my son here. He's a doctor in case anybody falls down. Meanwhile, the child has no medical equipment with him. Meanwhile, there's no ambulance there with him in case anybody slumps. And this is the kind of thing, the kind of leadership we want. And we're happy. People are talking about electronic transmission. Today, why not ask who were those who were responsible that there was no electronic transmission in the last election? When they're out of office, they become the people's voice. But when they're inside office, they won't say anything.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned. The federal government has reiterated its commitment to fostering a culture of ethical, measurable and accountable performance across ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, highlighting productivity and alignment with the Renewed Hope agenda. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, who made the statement during the 2025 Reward and Recognition Ceremony held at the Federal Ministry of Justice in Abuja, described the recognition of high-performing individuals and agencies as a strategic initiative rooted in the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2025 Ministerial Deliverables and the National Justice Policy. He commended legal officers, administrators, researchers and support staff for their achievements, urging them to continue upholding professionalism, collaboration and service excellence. The ceremony forms part of broader reforms aimed at strengthening institutional performance, transparency and service delivery across Nigeria's justice sector. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has called on the ECOWAS Court of Justice to develop clear guidelines to enhance the enforcement of its judgment by member states. The directive came during a courtesy visit in Abuja by the court's president, Justice Ricardo Gongalves, who led a delegation of judges seeking Nigeria's support for implementing ECOWAS court rulings. Justice Gongalves highlighted that about 80% of the court's decisions remain unenforced due to lack of political will and other challenges, urging Nigeria to set an example for their other member states. In response, Justice Kekereekun commended the court for its landmark judgments on human rights and emphasized that enforcement primarily rests with the with the executive arm of member states. She advised the court to use its upcoming bilateral meeting on the status of judgments to establish a uniform enforcement procedure and to consult widely with stakeholders to refine existing guidelines. The CJN also pledged continued support for capacity building initiatives through the National Judicial Institute. The Defense Headquarters has confirmed the arrival of 100 United States military personnel and equipment at the Bauchi airfield, describing the deployment as part of a recent security agreement between Nigeria and the U.S. The defense spokesman, Samaila Oba, in a statement, said the federal government formally requested U.S. assistance in military training, technical support, and intelligence sharing for members of the Nigerian Armed Forces. He explained that the U.S. personnel are technical specialists serving strictly in advisory and training roles, not combat forces, and that all activities will be conducted under the authority and control of the federal government in close coordination with the Nigerian military. According to Oba, Nigerian troops and U.S. trainers will soon begin joint training exercises and intelligence-focused cooperation initiatives aimed at strengthening the military's capacity to identify and neutralize extremist groups threatening national stability and vulnerable communities, while assuring citizens of transparency and respect for Nigeria's sovereignty. The deployment comes after months of pressure from U.S. President Donald Trump, who criticized Nigeria's handling of attacks on Christians by Islamist militants and designated the country as one of particular concern. On the foreign scene, Israeli non-governmental organizations have raised concerns over a government-approved settlement plan that could mark the first expansion of Jerusalem's borders into the occupied West Bank since 1967. Palestinians consider East Jerusalem the capital of a future state, while Israel's annexation of the area remains unrecognized internationally. The proposed development announced by Israel's Ministry of Construction and Housing would see around 2,780 housing units built near the Jeva Binyamin settlement northeast of Jerusalem, with an estimated investment of 120 million shekels. Although the project lies on the Israeli side of the separation barrier, the settlement itself is on the West Bank side, separated by a road, raising concerns about a de facto annexation. Israeli watchdog Peace Now noted the new neighborhood would be integral to the city of Jerusalem and have no functional connection to Jeva Binyamin. Excluding East Jerusalem, more than 500,000 Israelis currently live in West Bank settlements considered illegal under international law, while around 3 million Palestinians reside in the territory. And in sports, Nigeria's long-distance runner, Blessing Solomon, has been handed a
daily, Sunday 22nd by 8 a.m. Venue, the Asney Place, Louis Drive, off Sani Abacha Road, GRA, opposite Next Time Supermarket, Port Harcourt. Free buses will be available to convey attendees from and to all major locations in the city. For inquiries, please call 0704 1000 120. Join us online at the Sun Church, the Mixela.
Bar Perazim is rising up for you. That God that you serve, that God that you call upon, that God whom you serve is rising up for you.
In Sumideland, history in favor of Umuakachi/Onuo family and lawful beneficiaries. Post-judgment, the family and beneficiary institutions formally mandated Odibola Properties Limited to execute a structured, master-planned urban development aligned with international real estate infrastructure delivery standards. Today, all development activities remain court-backed, structurally regulated, institutionally supported, investor secured. Odibola Properties Limited continues to work in collaboration with institutional stakeholders and community leadership to deliver a premium, future-forward residential and investment environment built on global best practices. The public and investor community are advised to rely strictly on verified information from the recognized associations. Umuakachi/Onuo family, Odibola Properties Limited. This notice is issued in the interest of lawful compliance, structured growth, and sustainable urban legacy development. Issued for recognized associations represented by Professor Chizindu Aliko, Dr. Hart Josiah, Barrister Mrs. Salem Amakri, Dr. Victor Ikenga, Dr. Job Otokwala, and Barrister Okachi for Umuakachi/Onuo family.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
For you, what's on your mind is food, how you are going to be able to put food on your table. You just may be thinking of what to eat tonight before you go to bed. That is your problem, and not some, politicians who have a lot in their storehouses to eat for even, I wanted to say a lifetime. Well, yeah. It could be a lifetime, for some of them. Because you never can tell. You never can tell. Just maybe they have enough for an entire lifetime. Or maybe you're looking at your community and you've been thinking about a lot of things. But that dominant thought in your head is what I want to hear. Okay, so you call me, you send me a message, and you let me know what's been on your mind all day long, or maybe for the greater part of the day. But it's just been bothering you, okay? And you want to share. Maybe you don't have a solution. It's a problem you don't have a solution, but hey, just feel free to go ahead and share with me. Someone listening just maybe would have the solution to your problem. It could be a problem of Nigeria, yeah, but we all need a solution to the problems of Nigeria. So if you have the problem, if you've been thinking about the problem and you're calling, someone somewhere listening may just have a solution to that problem. And so we move forward from there. Okay, so you send me a message, you call the call line, and let me hear from you. Today is not one of the days that I want to tell you what's on my mind. Okay, I have a lot on my mind, but today is not the day that I want to tell you. Some days I just come here and I tell you what's on my mind first, and then I get to hear from you. So today I'm going to deprive you of that and just listen to what you have got to tell me tonight. 0810-9510-951. That is the number to call, or you can send a message to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's the number you should send your messages to. You can send it to the SMS portal or to the WhatsApp portal as well. Okay, so let's get to hear from my very first caller. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, beautiful. What's your name?
I'm Chris, calling from Igboche.
Okay, Chris. What's on your mind?
Yes, what is in my mind is these protesters in Abuja. Because last time I checked, these people, either they are former senators or governors and all of that. And they are just shouting over this electoral system as if this is not the system that brought them in. Except they want to tell me that during their time too, they do mago-mago and then became governors and senators. Otherwise, what is the big deal about this electoral system? Is it not this same system that removed Jonathan from office? So what has changed? You are making a law. You must have a what they call a backup plan.
All right.
Just like in your studio now. If I try to call you, I cannot. Either I'll go through text message. How do they want that kind of big event with all the money put in?
Okay, Chris.
To just dash out like that just because they want, what do they call it, real-time whatever.
Electronic transmission. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
This other one is just like backup.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Let's move on to the next person. You don't have more than 2 minutes. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. My name is Bro John.
All right, Bro John. Quickly, let me know what's on your mind.
What is in my mind is about these Funanis that are stopping us in our farms.
The what?
The Funanis that are inside bush in a chair now.
Oh.
Kidnapping people. That is what's happening now. Many people doesn't go to farm again to go and uproot their cassavas. They are fighting with the indigenous in the bush. So that thing is my problem. And I'm begging the people to find a way to see how these people will leave our farm so that we can go and collect our cassava in the bush.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Yes, good evening.
Okay. I'm calling from Jerry. Yeah. I want to say something. What is my mind is that you see anybody that call this your students and oppose this electronic voting completely is not
forget about
for Nigeria.
Calm down.
I'm
that cannot be what's on your mind because it just got into your mind because someone called.
No, it's in my mind.
It's been on your mind since you said anybody that calls into your studio.
Because it's not about any politicians, it's about Nigerians.
But do you know? But do you know that good or bad, people have the right to their opinions?
No, this is not about this should be everybody's opinion.
Their opinion should be your.
Yes, of course.
But do you also know that you cannot change it just like this by calling to say anybody that you can't.
No, I'm just saying that this is for good of Nigeria. It's not for anybody. It's not for any party. It's for everybody, including you tomorrow. You can come and contest something in your village. You will win. We have networks everywhere. Nobody should give us stories. This is we have suffered for this country. We don't want to go to court.
Okay.
We don't want to go to any court. Anybody shouldn't oppose this thing. It's for every politician, every Nigerian, mother, brother, sister, everybody in this country.
All right.
Jesus
Christ. So the thing is, you're looking at people calling to radio stations to say, oh, we oppose it, or well, they paint a picture that looks like or that seems like they're not in support of the real-time transmission of. How about your representatives? Yes, the ones you've been watching today. The nays and the ayes and the nays. So it meant that you have representatives there who have said that, no, we don't want it though. We don't want it, please. Leave it the way it is. What would you say to them? And they're representing you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome.
Faustina. My name is Michael. I'm calling from Oyibo.
Welcome, Michael, from Oyibo.
Faustina, my mind.
What's on your mind?
My mind is this thing. I want them to pass this electronic distance transmission. But you know, if they pass this thing, the problem is that if they pass the electronic transmission, say Tinubu will not come back. So that's why they don't want. See, everybody knows. Even if in Rivers,
it's not everybody. Some people don't know. If you tell them, they'll tell you, no. There are people who do not know. They will argue with you.
Everybody knows.
Well, that's your opinion.
Why they don't want to, that's why they don't want to pass it. Because if they pass it, say this election will go free and fair. And if you go free and fair, Tinubu will not come back.
Okay.
Tinubu will not win in Rivers State, but Fubara will win. That's why they don't want that thing to happen.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
That's my listening
opinion. Thank you very much. All right. Don't forget that it's what's on your mind. Okay. It's not something you pick on someone's opinion, what's on someone's mind, and then you take it up from there. This particular one is not a topic of conversation. I want to know what you have been thinking about, what's been bothering you all day long, not as you're listening to what's on your mind and you heard someone say something and, oh, yes, it's in my mind. Hello, good evening.
Faustina.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Who Will I Avoid? Yes, that is my name. Who will I avoid?
Who will I avoid?
Yes. Should I avoid you?
No, don't avoid me.
Okay, that is there. Because I don't know if you are the right person or the wrong person. Okay. So what am I trying to say by that? That is not the name I do answer, but when I find out the meaning of that name, I start to add it to my name.
Okay, so tell me, what's on your mind?
What is on my mind is that I don't even know. Is it the politicians or their supporters are we to avoid in this country? Because looking at the things that is happening now, the supporters self, they are the most problem we have. Because they will see the truth. They won't want to admit the truth. Because of the peanuts they are benefiting from their main person. Why can't they support this transmission? Let them do it. If you know, yes, you have the right to start to say, yes, you are for the people. But it's when they come out, let us vote. I don't know whether you are for the people or you are not for the people.
All right.
Let them come and test that their popularity during the election.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on. Hello, good evening. Welcome to What's on Your Mind.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, please.
I want to ask this our security agency question concerning this protest that is going on, and they are gassing them, firing on them. Is it not in this country of recent they killed a general again with about 7 men with him? Went down. Is in this country that a bandit send a letter to people, to a community, that we are coming, and this security agency, they are there. They will not do anything. Those bandits will come and carry out their evil acts and execute it very well, go back safely without no crash, no engagement from military, no engagement from our police or civil defense.
All right.
So when it gets to a peaceful protester, people that are demanding for something that is going to benefit everybody.
Okay, sir.
You will see them unleashing this same security agency on them. Go to Abuja, the security agency policemen that are there is even more than the policemen that are supposed to be protecting people.
Okay, thank you.
They have moved all of them to that place. How long are we going to continue like this? In this our country that something is going wrong and people will come out to say, this thing is bad.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Thank you.
Eh?
Let's move on to the next caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Faustina. Good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, this is Akonichi calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, tell me what's on your mind.
What is in my mind, and also that brother that is in my mind, is that sachet drink. This sachet drink, which the federal government, everybody is disturbing us. Do they want us to start debating on it? Can they pass this it once and for all? If it's to borrow money now, will they come to us and ask us to be making suggestions? Where did they need our suggestion for now? What did they want us to do? They should go ahead and decide whatever they want to decide and disturbing us. This is so.
Oh, wow. They should just go ahead and do whatever they want to do. And later you come and complain. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
My name is Thank God Hansi from the community and local government.
All right, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to ask, when Buhari defeated Jonathan in 2015, was there anything like a written electronic voting, written electronic transmission of results? Hello?
I'm listening. I'm thinking where you're going with.
The partner today will not make the electoral system better.
And that's why people are saying they should pass it now. They should pass that real-time one.
Well, if the National Assembly that is representing the people accepted it, are you telling me now that they did not mean well for us? They meant well for us. The National Assembly accepted this one. It means that's what will better Nigeria.
Okay.
And that's why I'm also asking them that when Buhari defeated Jonathan in 2016, as an opposition party man, was there anything like real-time voting? They should come out and defend their vote.
Okay.
Anybody that will win.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Too early. Say it's too early. All right, so let's get to some messages. But then, this is one of a few persons who would say that more like you have trust in your representatives. So whatever they decide is good for you. Wow. Okay. Oh, amazing. This one said transmission. Okay. What's on my mind is the tear gassing of protesters at Abuja. Why is APC afraid of electronic transmission? I thought they say Tinubu is doing well. They have about 30 governors on their side. They have the security on their side. They also have CBN on their side. So why are they afraid of electronic transmission? APC has boasted severally that they are popular and that people love them. So why are they scared to test their popularity through electronic transmission? All their plan and hope is to rig election as they did in 2023. But this time, it must be electronic transmission. One man, one vote, Mr. Lucky. Okay, Mr. Lucky. You said it as they did in 2023. They will come for you and ask you, so you said we rigged in 2023. Tell us, show us, give us evidence. I'm not surprised. One minister has mocked opposition members in National Assembly who protested against the electoral law. Why not? He knows he cannot win elections via electronic transmission with all the powers he claims. This is what's on my mind. Good evening, Diplomatic Force. This is from Kano. Thank you very much. I mean, part of that, I think I played the soundbite during the news. You know, they talked about, well, you know, when they're in power and blah, 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 and blah. If not for professionalism, or just laugh. Good evening, voice of the listeners. Please, what's on my mind is, before Aboki used to mean my friend. Okay, before Aboki used to mean my friend, but now there's a lot of meaning from Wodu Godwin C, aka Gbawa, from Bogidi. All right, thank you. That's from the SMS portal. Let's check out WhatsApp. Okay, so let's listen to this. Okay.
Osuna, good evening. Do you know what's on my mind? Now, this Nigerian NEPA, they are very, very wicked. Nigerian NEPA, their own weakness pass policy. Very evil. If you use your money, buy pool, buy wire, connect lights. They pay for the same light. The light you know go see. Then go come to cut your light. Then go cut your wire, carry go. It's kind of wickedness. This one. You go pay for NEPA bill, estimating NEPA bill. You're not seeing the light. No light in Nigeria. You just be suffer. This kind of nonsense is this. That's what's on my mind.
Okay, hold on for that conversation for area talk. All right, so let's see. Good evening, Lady Faustina. What is on my mind is the small killings in River State. Faustina, one happened at Oil Mill Market, another at Igrita State. State government has not addressed the situation. In Akbo, where I am from, they say if you see a bad thing coming up, you should scatter or condemn it. Scatter or condemn it before it becomes a normal thing or the people's way of life. DK from PH. Okay, DK from PH. Thank you very much. So that's us on WhatsApp. That's that. So let me take this final call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Mr. Monday. I'm calling from a group later.
Welcome, Mr. Monday. What's on your mind?
Yeah, we are talking about security of attack and killing in River State. My sister, do you know, yesterday you made this program, security, how to cut off, how to find a solution. Now, if actually Okada being arrested, and we are talking about Okada to bring 150 another for that Okada, to take it Okada, are we making peace? That at the end of the day, some Okada were arrested at the Greater, and at the end of the day, we are saying about bring 150 to another go, you collect your Okada. Is that the peace we are making? Or at the end of the day, we gather these people who are giving stickers, that is the leaders of this Okada, to talk to them how to make peace, how to handle peace, how to solve problems. But if actually we are now accumulating all the problems, it happened in Kano last year when a policeman arrested Okada man for beating traffic. and you put your cadaver inside cell and your cadaver died, your cadaver revolted and even some policemen were killed in Kano. Why can't we take corruption? But if you are arrested Okada because of one thing, you preach to them. But when you are saying that bring 150,000, where are we heading to?
Okay.
Are we going to get more problems in future?
All right.
That is my take-up, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you and thank you. Okay. Let me see. All right.
Good evening to you, Faustina. I think that the only thing waiting for my mind this evening be say they don't declare or say Tinubu go win this election where they come. My name is Chile doing.
That's Chile doing. Okay. This one is more than 60 seconds. I cannot take it. Apologies. So if you're sending a voice note, please make it 60 seconds or less. All right. If it's more, no, I cannot take it. All right. That's on What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM. I'll take a short break and I'll be back for Area Talk. Do stay with me.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 17th February. In 1897, the National Congress of Parents and Teachers, better known as the Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, was founded in Washington, D.C. as the National Congress of Mothers. In 1963, Michael Jordan, American basketball player, was born. In 1977, Kalakuta Republic, the commune of Nigerian musician and activist Fela Kuti, was burned to the ground by soldiers in Lagos. In 1979, China invaded Vietnam following a series of anti-Chinese pro-Soviet maneuvers by China's southern neighbor. The invasion was a response to Vietnam's ongoing efforts to bolster its ties with the Soviet Union following the Vietnam War, and it resulted in a month-long war. In 1991, Ed Sheeran, British singer-songwriter, was born. In 1996, an earthquake and an accompanying tsunami in Indonesia left 108 people dead, 423 injured, and 58 missing. And in 2008, Kosovo declared its independence from Serbia.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
The federal government has emphasized on the need to improve diagnosis, strengthen treatment pathways, and build sustainable system of care to tackle the high burden of inherited blood disorders in the country. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has raised an alarm over the increasing spread of Lassa fever among healthcare workers, noting the 2 healthcare workers have been killed, while 15 confirmed cases of Lassa fever have been documented among healthcare workers as Nigeria battles another outbreak disease. The Nigeria Society of Neurological Sciences, NSNS, has raised an alarm over Nigeria's widening epilepsy treatment gap, highlighting that more than 70% of persons living with epilepsy in the country are not receiving appropriate anti-seizure medications. African leaders have warned that malaria could surge across the continent unless urgent and sustained financing is secured, as a new continental report shows progress against the disease has stalled and international funding continues to decline. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has reversed a key Obama-era scientific ruling that underpins all federal actions on curbing planet-warming gases.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we day. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, so nothing like beating about the bush this evening, because I mean, right from yesterday, from what's on your mind, people have been mentioning this particular issue that I want to talk about. And it's something that bothers me as well, because, well, it's really critical to living. It's critical to life. And when you're deprived of something critical to life, you just know that life will never be the same. It will never be the same. I mean, you would look for alternatives, all right? But then again, at the end of the day, you want to look at the alternatives and the original plan and feel like if the original plan was in place, there wouldn't be any need for the alternatives, because the alternative, it will cost you money. Yes, you would get that comfort, you would, run it at your own pace, but it's going to cost you money. And depending on the alternative that you go for, all right, once in a while, you're going to be spending a lot of money on repairs, depending, again, on the alternative that you're using. So the original is preferable. Because that one, well, you can afford to use everything that you want to use. Okay, you're reading my mind, Abby. You're going there already. Now, we'll talk about the power supply situation around Port Harcourt. So in my area, we've been without power for some days now. For a number of days now. So for 2 nights, I think the first night they just flashed it. I think I was awake around between 3 a.m. Thereabout 3 a.m. 4 a.m. I was awake and I saw the bulb was on, so I just saw the flash. I'm like, what's going on? The next night I saw it. I think that was also not that time of the night or the day. Okay, the night. Well, it was early in the morning. Okay, a.m. Yes, they're a.m. But one was around 3 to 4 a.m. The other was around, let's say, 5, 6 a.m. I saw the flash as well. And that was that until last night. They supplied it for a few hours. And then, well, I don't know if they're going to supply it tonight. And then I've been on social media. I've been reading, people's posts about power supply situation in that area. And I saw a particular post on one of our professional colleagues' Facebook feed. And I was just saying to myself, there was a summoning. When I saw it, I laughed so hard. Really, I did laugh so hard. So some people have been complaining about the power situation, asking what's going on. Now, let me take you back in time. Let me begin. Okay, so I have I have 3 memos here that I'll read out to you from the PHED X handle. Yeah. So the first one, February 11, 2026, it says, "Dear esteemed customer, kindly be informed that there is ongoing load shedding in some parts of Port Harcourt complex due to cut conductor at Alaoji transmission station. And this exercise will lead to limited power supply in the affected areas. Additionally, Elelewan transmission station is out as a result of the tripping of a 60 MVA at Elelewan on differential relay. Hence, we appeal to our esteemed customers feeding from these sources to exercise patience, as normal supply will be restored as soon as work is completed by the relevant team. All inconveniences are regretted. Signed, management." Okay. Another one, dated February 13, 2026, still from the PHED, power update. Okay, the first one, public announcement. The second one, power update. "Dear esteemed customer, kindly be informed that we are currently having limited allocation from the grid, which has led to shortage of supply. Please bear with us while the situation persists. Normalcy will be restored as soon as grid allocation stabilizes. All inconveniences are regretted. Signed, management." And then finally, this one, February 17, 2026, power update. "Dear esteemed customer, letter writing. Kindly be informed that the cut conductor on Alaoji Afam Line 1 transmission station has been repaired. Furthermore, the grid allocation is gradually improving." Note the difference, okay? Just in case you're wondering now. "The cut conductor on Alaoji Afam Line 1 transmission station has been repaired. Furthermore, the grid allocation is gradually improving. Gradually improving. That's the grid. From the grid. Supply from the grid is gradually improving. Now, normal supply will be restored as soon as possible. We thank our esteemed customers for their patience and understanding during this difficult situation. All inconveniences are regretted. Signed, management." Okay, there you have it. Just in case you are Just in case you're wondering, what did happen? What's going on? Because I know a lot of people, not a lot of people, some people have been asking me, Fosina, what did happen now? What's going on with the power situation? What's going on? And, well, this is, they tell you follow their channels for updates and all of those. So I follow, and then I see updates, and sometimes updates are really not enough for some people. They want, forget about the updates. We don't want updates. We just want power supply. All right. But at least you should be able to have something to hold on to, right? Have something to hold on to. Now, this is it. I remember someone complained about power supply yesterday, and we're talking about how, states can key into the power supply, the power market, begin to regulate power supply in their states and see how they can benefit from it. I mean, it's something they can do now. Okay? It's something they can do now. But why some states are keying into this? There are some other states that, they're busy with other stuff. So maybe when they're done being busy with other stuff, they can consider getting into the power market and see that that is a very important market that you want to go into, especially if you want the fortunes of your state to improve. Because how do you talk about business? How do you talk about for some people who have some sort of mini factories, for the people who are into production of stuff, different things, power generation is key. I mean, that's even huge. Just calm down. Let me calm down to the person who has a barber's shop. Power is really very important. Now, remember the sources that I was talking about. I remember the original plan. So the original plan is the power supply from the government. Oh, you know how people like, there's nothing like NEPA lights. It is sweet. Because, of the many ways that we use it, to the point that we abuse it. So with that, you are able to use your appliances without restriction. So you just know that, this is supply from the government and you pay your bills, and so it works that way. But because that supply, the plan A, the original plan, is not reliable, we now have alternatives. Alternative generating sets. And if you rely on generators, it would mean you would buy fuel. Yes, you will. And once in a while, you're going to repair your generating sets. So you're spending money. You're spending money on fuel. You're spending money on repairs. And God help you. Or, is God helping? Or it just, I don't know what I want to use now, because this is not good, and I don't think it's God that is helping you to get into that situation. But if you have someone who repairs your generating set, who wants to open business on your head, you're going to be repairing that generating set like maybe every week or every 2 weeks. You're going to be repairing that generating set. Now, I'm saying this to say that you're going to be spending a lot of money on alternatives as well. Or you want to go solar. Then comes the restrictions. Depending on what you use, depending on your appliances, then come the restrictions. If you're not able to power all your appliances, it means that there are certain appliances that you would not be using. And you would need them. You definitely would need them. For example, a household, so you're investing some solar panels, and maybe you have the one powering your TV, you have one powering your fans, you have the one powering the bulbs. But you have a deep freezer and you don't have for it. What happens to food storage? And if you're a large family, even if you're not a large family, food is important. You would cook and you would store. So with the plan A, well, that is sorted because, well, you're not thinking twice. Well, they've supplied power now, so yes, all appliances must be used. But for this other alternative, except you have a lot of money to be able to, like someone would say, solarize your entire house, every appliance, then you're good to go. I mean, I know a family who is, well, we don't have any business with these NEPA people. Oh. We don't have any business with PhDs. Carry your light and go. Take it. And that's because they've invested in solar. And it's money. Not everyone can invest in it. Is money. I never chop. How can they do solar? How much? But with the regular power supply from the PHED, at least, even though some people complain that, especially for estimated billing, it's so exorbitant. But some people are still able to pay, and that's the reason they tell you, oh, we pay our bills, and then we're not getting the commensurate supply. We're paying for darkness. But at least some are able to pay. Most people are able to pay because they would want to, or they want to use the appliances they have. Because they've not been able to afford to solarize their houses. So it's really very important that power is supplied by the government. Now, however you want to look at it, privatization and all of those. However, you cannot separate this from the government. You can't. So we're talking about the national grid. That is a problem. I mean, one of the reasons now, going by the memos that I read out to you, one of the reasons is, the supply from the grid is nothing to write home about. But it's improving. And you and I know the problem of the grid. To the point where the villa, they say we don't want to be part of the national grid. I don't know if they want to help you people or it's just that we cannot come and suffer with you people like this. we need something better. It's one of both. But, well, even if you know the problems, should we be having these problems? Shouldn't more effort be put in place to make sure that we're improving? That we're progressing and not retrogressing in terms of power supply? And you know, when you have conversations about power supply, people are so emotional about it because people are suffering. I know sometimes there are particular businesses that I just feel for. I mean, all businesses suffer, but there are some particular businesses that I feel for. Just imagine that you don't have that financial strength and you just rely on power supply from the national grid or from the PHEDC or PHED, and you go into, what's the business now? Frozen food. It's a lot. I remember one time that I went somewhere, I bought fish. It was frozen. It was frozen. Oh, it was frozen. My dear people, it was frozen until I got home. The switch, the change. I could not believe my eyes. I'm like, oh God, what a fish. My money. Power issues happened to them. So that fish wasn't properly frozen. So it was bad. But because, well, they didn't want to lose money, Nabi. Someone has to bear the burden or the brunt. So in this case, final consumer for Sinoputu, I bore the brunt. And this could be a story for a lot of people. But if you probe further, you will just know that it is as a result of power issues. So there are other businesses that are suffering this. Now, aside businesses, businesses because monies are spent, households, they're suffering it as well. You know, when a household, you know what they do? The women of the house, they just stock up. When they have money, they just stock up. And then they cook different kinds of soups and stew and some other thing that they can prepare and preserve. So they do that and then they put it in the refrigerator. It helps, you know. After you go about your hustle and bustle for the day, you don't have to come back and then that's when you want to cook. You just go to the freezer and then you get something. Prepare for the family. You eat and then you sleep. But if you don't have power supply, you see that your freezer is going to be empty. And you're probably going to be cooking every day. And that is more expensive. Or maybe you're very unlucky that you did the stocking up. And before you know it, I don't go for days. You're waiting. Tomorrow maybe go come. Tomorrow come. You need to see. And maybe you don't have a generating set. Or maybe you do and it's bad. I mean, there are just a lot of maybes. No guarantees. And that's the reason some people have gone the extra mile. Okay, we cannot rely on even one alternative. Let's explore all the alternatives there are to explore. So you have a family, aside the normal supply, they have the generating set, they invest in solar, just in case it's rainy season. So it's a lot. When it comes to power, it's really absolutely a lot. But I just want to know what the supply situation is in your area. The power supply situation. How is it in your area? When last did you, like someone said, they flashed like disco lights. Off, on, off, on, off. So what's the situation in your area? So you're going to call me and you will let me know. It is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. You can send a message or you can call. So a message you can send to the SMS portal or to the WhatsApp portal. Number for you to do that is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. that number you can send a message to. And there is also Facebook where you can go drop a comment. Facebook Today 95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. And let me hear from you. And yes, you can call me on 0810 9510 951. 0810 951 951. And if you're sending a voice message on WhatsApp, please make it 60 seconds. If it's more than 60 seconds, I'll just look at it and smile. And smile. But make it 60 seconds or less, okay? You can just go straight to the point. You can make it 60 seconds. No hard like that, okay? You can. Right? Number for you to call once again is 0810 9510 951. You are listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Let's get to hear from this person. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? All right, let's try this one. Hello, good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, mother.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yeah. Here in Abonema, we are having light every day.
You enjoy light every day?
Every day in Abonema here, yes.
Yeah. Like how many hours?
Yes. Abonema, you know Abonema community now.
Of course, I've been there.
Local government.
I know.
They are enjoying like every day.
I'm asking, like,
day.
How many hours?
Sometimes throughout the night till daybreak.
Oh, wow. Okay. And you're paying your bills, right? Okay, he ran away. All right, keep your calls coming in. Hello, good evening. Turn off your listening device, please. Thank you.
My own sister, I'm Otiwabeze, Ovogoma.
Ovogoma.
For 13 years.
Do you have?
Yes,
Okay.
for 13 years. For 13 years, we have not seen light. 13 years. I don't know whether we are not for River State. I don't know. That is my own area report. Tell government, they beg them, local government chairman, local government, they beg them, make them give Obogo electricity. That is my own point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Lady Faustina.
Welcome to Area Talk, Mr. Reginald.
Thank you very much. Lady Faustina, are you aware that the federal government is making another alternative arrangement at the Aso Rock Villa?
Now, they cannot come and be suffering with you people.
Investing over 10 billion naira to install solar system in the Aso Villa.
Get on hits.
So which means the common people like us, where we go run to now?
Nowhere.
So they don't carry the suffer, put us for head now.
And maybe that they think they are helping you people now. So if they take themselves off the grid, maybe the grid would not collapse again. People can now enjoy life.
Lady Faustina.
Yes, please.
If that the arrangement work, we go hear them. We go hear them well.
All right.
You are with the face now. Now, we feel like say with the land work. The one way with the face now.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just go back.
Is that you want to go back, Mr. Reginald? You have like 20 seconds.
Let me say, over 1 month now, my area, Chibuchu, I've not been having light. And it became worse ever since the local government chairman promised that he will be paying NEPA bills for K people. I don't know whether it's because of that the PSC, they decided to sabotage us by not giving us light.
All right.
I don't understand.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
It's quite unfortunate.
All right. 0810-951-0951. What is the power supply situation like in your side of town? How is it like? Hi, good evening.
Hello, Faustina. Good evening.
Is this Chief Solomon?
Yeah, this is Chief Solomon calling from Obogoro community.
Welcome.
How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
You see, this light matter, we don't regularly have light, but the problem, Obogoro needs a transformer.
Mm.
You see, more especially, this is my own transformer, the line I'm using. This is a Baptist church. The one at the Baptist church, that transformer at the Obogoro Junction. When you reach, if you know Obogoro very well, you will see that transformer at the Baptist church there. You see, that transformer is not supply, is carrying a lot of load.
Okay.
So we need more transformer. That transformer, I don't know if it was like Honorable Chikode DK, think. I don't know. I can't remember. So we need more transformer.
All right.
At least in the communities like this, transformer supposed not to be stressed with overload.
All right.
So all the faces, transformer they have three faces. So all the three faces now is low current, low current. It's not. I can't call it half current. It's more than half current. You see, all the light will change face, change this one, change this one, all the same thing.
Thank you.
You see, so I don't know who used to give. PHED doesn't give transformer. It's individual. The communities will buy. When they buy, they will come and install. So any capable person, like our local government chairman, can give Obogoro at least.
All right, Chief Solomon, thank you. That's your time. Thank you very much. All right. Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, Faustina, good evening. Hello, Fossy.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is this
Faustina, the truth is that the life... Yeah, thank
right.
you. The truth is that the life situation is getting worse by the day, honestly.
In your area, right?
No, don't even talk about my area where I stay.
Generally.
That side we don't know about electricity. That's hello. We don't know about electricity. But where I am right now, in Job, it's my, I know that this place before now used to have at least 15, 12. Okay, let me just say 10 to 12, 13, 15 hours every day. So sometimes you could have light there for 1 week without it going off. You understand? If they take it, they don't bring it back. But right now, as I tell you, do you know that they are just telling me that I've been there for close. They just brought this light not 20 minutes, about 20 minutes ago, and that's been since yesterday. You understand? Yeah. So the thing is getting worse by the day. And we don't know what the problem is. Now, the solar you are talking about is supposed to be a good alternative. I know that before Buhari came to power, there were many solar batteries that you could buy for 60, 70,000 naira. They will power your fan, give you power your television and all this stuff. But do you know that now you cannot afford that little? But there's one baba in my area that has one. He bought then. I think he said he bought it for 65,000. That power stands, that thing is still working for him now. But if you go for such battery now, you can't get those batteries for 300,000. In short, you won't even see that one. The batteries you get for 300,000 naira, we just power 2-4 bulbs for you, and that's what it does.
Thank you.
You understand? And now your state house is talking about solar in their solar in there. So what is the hope of the common man? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope of the common man. Well, I don't know, just hope.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my name is Wilson. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right.
Yeah, my concern and my witness is the area. My area talk is the area.
No, it's not area talk now. We're talking about power situation. How is it like in your area? NEPA light situation. What's it like in your area?
In my area, I would say there's improved light supply. They were paying through our news. That is behind Federal, 7th Avenue.
Okay.
It comes and it goes. As I'm talking to you now, there's light.
Wow.
But they may take it later in the night, bring it in the morning. I'll say that's right. The issue is that we are paying through news.
You're paying for what?
The we are paying through our nose. The exorbitant charges. I mean, you recharge 30,000 naira cannot take me 1 month.
Oh, prepaid.
High in 3 weeks. So it's as bad as that's right in supplying line.
All right, thank you. All right. Hello. Welcome to
Hello,
Area Talk.
Faustina.
Yes, good evening.
Faustina, good evening.
Go
Hello,
on.
Faustina, can you hear me?
Yes,
Good evening.
I can hear you. Good evening. Go on.
Okay, I am calling you from Majesty Estate.
Majesty Estate.
Yeah, Majesty Estate by NTA Road.
Okay.
Yeah, opposite Dominion City.
Oh.
I think we have one of the best estate management when it comes to NEPA, PHED, and the estate committee too. You understand me? But we've been on band B for a very long time. We've been getting 16 hours light, 15 hours light, very, very okay. And they've been pushing us to go to band A. We say, no, leave us on band B, because when you do 10,000, you will get like 130 units.
You don't want more lights.
No, we don't want more lights. But recently, they forced the committee. They want more revenue. They forced the committee, like they posted on the platform that they have migrated us on band A. My dear, since 2 weeks that they migrated on, but we are in like hell. They will take the light for like 12 hours straight. I am telling you, the thing got worse.
It's worse than the band B that you were.
I said the thing got worse. If anybody is listening from Majesty, it's the person you call in and counter what I'm saying. The thing got worse. That you have it very little in the afternoon, in the night you don't even have it for over 1 or 2 weeks now. So we don't know what is going on. Is it that they want us to pay more? Why they even reduce the quality of what they have been supplying to us?
All right,
that is my own question. Is it fair?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, is it fair? Well, you're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So we're having a conversation about the past situation around Port Harcourt. What's it like in your area? Has power improved in your area, or is worse now? Yeah, maybe you might want to just, if you now have alternatives, how you transitioned or you migrated, how you're able to maneuver. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please, you're welcome to...
Faustina, this is Ono from Eneka.
Ono from Eneka. Welcome.
Nothing where anybody can tell me about this snapper for now, where I go agree, say they need to walk with agents of darkness.
You want now spiritual matter? It's physical now.
This one don't pass spiritual.
No.
The way go purposely they do your human being. That for this country where we say we are paying for darkness. I paid for darkness. And this period they come be like say, whether not become face of our leaders and elders them. In fact, God don't send down hellfire on this earth like this. God, the kind of heat where would they face these days, whether at night or whether in afternoon, we feel like very reinforcement inside house to the hot. NEPA no go fix light. Give us both day and night. We for area would say, those that we don't even see light at all. The only day we go see them, we go try see light. Now when the day roads they come to bill, they know say that period maybe the bill then go shut out for like 30 minutes for that area. 1 hour highest. Then they go wait 30 minutes and they come bring us, they share the bill to see light. Once they see the light, they go back to the light. They are next bringing of light, and when they want to do disconnection for those who don't pay, then now you go see light again. How can somebody be happy paying for darkness in this country where we call out that we have leaders under renewed nothing? I think I renewed waiting, I don't know.
Renewed hope.
The only God can go help us for this country, because this kind of leadership under this APC is the worst ever.
All right,
the worstest leadership.
Oh, thank you very much. I mean, you know, conversations around power supply, you want to look at the challenges. So the government comes and they tell you, in as much as The sector is operated under a privatized model for generation and distribution. Of course, you know that transmission remains under the government control. But you want to talk about the different times that they come to tell you, we are struggling. We're struggling. I think they said we have installed capacity of over 11,000 megawatts, but we have been struggling, historically, with maybe to pass 5,000 or 5,000 megawatts thereabout. So sometimes 3,005, other times, is this megawatts, and sometimes 5,000, and all of those issues. And they tell you challenges of, in the industry, challenges in the industry. Tell you issues about shortage of gas supply. They tell you stories of aging infrastructure and low investment as well. So these issues, they tell you, they are the issues causing some sort of gap between demand and supply. So these are some of the issues that they've been dealing with. And that's the reason you hear once in a while. Well, sometimes it's not once in a while. Especially last year, towards the end of last year, the grid was just collapsing up and down. So these are some of the issues. Right? All right, keep your calls coming in. Messages as well. Take one more call and read some messages. Hello, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk.
Faustina, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is Lucky Danforth.
All right, Lucky.
Calling from Bury.
Okay.
Yes, Faustina, this life situation of the team is, for me, I think it's a very deliberate thing that is being carried out by the so-called power holding company. Because as it stands now,
we've gone past power holding now.
Okay.
PHED.
So,
C.
Where are we?
PHEDC.
Huh?
PHED or PHEDC.
Okay, PHED, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any name they call themselves. For me, in fact, what they are doing is criminal. It's a very criminal approach. Yes, it's a very criminal approach. You go to Bury, and I'm also resident in Port Harcourt, but Bury, there's nothing to write home about as it stands now. For the past 2 weeks, they will just flash lights. Nothing is wrong with the light. They will flash lights, and before you realize yourself, they are taking it. You have not used it for anything. Previously, let me say last month, it was somehow they were, I don't know how we put it. They were trying somehow because you see light for like 3 hours. So when they talk about this issue of I'm on band, you are putting on band A or band B or band C. Then when they are giving 3 hours light for a whole 24 hours, on which band are we?
Final band.
Stay on. Hello?
Go on quickly.
Okay. Still on this issue of Bury. This solar light, whatever. I just see a few poles that are being connected to the Poly Road and the major road that links, the major road from Sakwe 1 down this thing. There are few solar lights there.
All right.
But if you go inside Bury entirely, you just see the foundation, they put those pillars, and nothing is happening.
All right, thank you very much.
Whether the contractors have gone away with the money or whatever. Before you know now, change of administration, and the money we go like that. Nobody's asking for it.
Okay, that's your time. Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
I know you want me to end.
Yeah, now, so why are you continuing? When I cut you now, you say
let them try to question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See now, so you know, but you are continuing. When I end the call now, you now say, Faustina is rude to callers. Let's try and help ourselves, okay? I mean, under 2 minutes, you can wrap up your thoughts. On WhatsApp, we are in darkness in Igrita from Oscar. Okay. Oscar, Igrita, in darkness. Is it the entire Igrita? Good evening, Lady Faustina. Close to 1 week now, there is no single light in Rumekini, not even flash. Anyways, they've helped me save bill money. No light, no payment. You bring light, we pay bill. DK from PH. You've not heard about people who are paying for darkness. You'll be surprised though. They'll come with their bills and they'll ask you to pay. If you don't pay, they probably will disconnect you and you pay reconnection fee. Madam Faustina, since I have been living at Igrita for more than 15 years now, I have never seen the Ikore local government helping Igrita, especially where I live, at Ompadek. The only one transformer we have cannot serve us. Now we cannot see light from month to month, year in, year out. I don't even know whether Igrita belongs to a local government council at all. Aminu, it belongs to a local government council now. It belongs there. This one says, good evening, Faustina Nanepa, or whatever is their name. They are... Oh, wow. They don't do strong thing. I understand. Mrs. Chukuma, sorry. Sorry. They've done you some wickedness, you said. Moving on, still on WhatsApp here. Faustina, greetings. It would be better for federal government to tell us to stop paying for electricity bills because there would be light. Majority of our politicians have solar lights in their houses and offices, and they don't care if we, the masses, have light or not. This is wickedness. From Thank God Ability Atuibu. All right, let's move on to the SMS portal. Faustina, okay, so this one is still from Thank God Ability Atuibu, so I would move on to the next. My question on this issue of power supply is how many megawatts do we have presently in Nigeria, and how is it distributed to the large population of the country? Because there are so many communities without light, especially Isiokpo, PhD is saddled with this responsibility, and they have the duty to deliver, not excuses. Well. Diplomatic Force, very, very soon, they will migrate every household to Band A, where they would make much money, which is their ultimate target, not really service that ought to earn them the money. I beg, let them stay one side. This is from Kano. Thank you. And good evening, Lady Faustina. I now understand that the foundation of power in this country was built on wrong foundation by naming it NEPA, meaning never expect power always. Domike, you still remember this one? I think that's working for us or working against us. Well, it's Area Talk, Today 95.1 FM, and asking what the power supply situation is like in your area. Hi, good evening, welcome. Hello.
About 149. Good evening.
Oh. Mr. Everest.
Everest. I'm calling. Yes, Everest.
Welcome, Everest.
We are talking about this NEPA of a day. You know, there is no way we can get it right. Hence, they have succeeded to divide us or separate us from them. We have the one they call federal light. That one now, only the big men is using it. You will not go and near that light because according to the people who use it, they say it's too expensive. And they cannot allow you to use it as must buy prepaid meter, whether you like it or not. So they have succeeded to get it. But I want to remind NEPA people and Nigerians too that there was one upon a time we have this problem with Niger. Niger was making kind, they make every kind of kind. We are at Niger today. They are no more. Me, I'm planning to keep my money in my bank, so that when NEPA went up, because very soon now, NEPA will no more important again in Nigeria. I will go and buy that their Hillock, to go hand, because they will sell it auction for us.
Which can well is Mr. Everest?
Yes, very soon when NEPA be like a night test, they will sell their property off now. See not so for Posina.
I don't know about that, Mr. Everest. I don't know about that, Mr. Everest. But thank you for calling me.
That is it.
Thank you. Okay. On X, Ima Oporum says no light in Rumosi for the past 5 days now. 5 days, no lights. I know it's a long time for you, all right, but someone somewhere is listening who hasn't had power supply for years. Go be like, say, only 5 days and you they complain. Oh, please. Even if it's 1 day, people will complain. As long as it brings discomfort to them, they would definitely complain. All right, that's that on X. So I would take this call, move on to Facebook. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
My name is Sunday from Port Harcourt.
Sunday from Port Harcourt. Tell me, what's the power situation like in your area?
Like now, we are in darkness.
For how long have you been in darkness?
It's getting to 1 week ago. This evening, they just brought
Which area is that?
Eneka, yeah.
Oh, Eneka. Okay.
They just flash the light for some minutes. They take it back. I went to work as a greeter. I found out that a girl, just slim girl like that cannot carry ladder, came to knock. My private work, I permit the girl to enter the compound. Before I realized myself, I saw Bill. She was asking the landlady, one old woman like that. I asked her, I said, so people are never yet to repent, that they should repent too. They said they are repent. This repent now.
So what exactly did they come to do?
They come to
disconnect,
collect money now. Yes.
Oh, they brought bill.
The woman gave them the money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You see, they just pay money for darkness. Even my neighbor dog now is shouting because of darkness.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. That was some sort of comic relief. The dog is working because of darkness. I mean, even who loves darkness? Who? Well, there may be some people or some animals that would love darkness. I mean, but come on now. Light. With all the things that you can do with light. All right, on Facebook, the Paradise King says, we shouldn't be talking about power supply because there's none, or you wanted to say, right, or you wanted to type, none in Nigeria. Since this year, I am paying for darkness. King Paradise is the name. Okay, King Paradise. Fabian Statesman says, the condition is unbearable here in Iwofe. Something I wonder how artisans that do business with lights keep their business running. Yeah. Ehanye Kingsley Wokemezie says, we have darkness supply in and outside Port Harcourt. Well, you can't be sure about that. I mean, because some people said they have power supply, even if it's not what they want. Olaleko Motiu says, in Greta here, we have not seen 3 hours of power supply this year. They only flash it. Thank God for them. They've stopped giving us their estimated bill since November last year. Okay. Skillful Pero says, no light though. Matthias Ndubisi Isaac says, Choba Alakaya, Rumekeni, Rumosi, Ozuoba, Alo is a no-go area, total blackout. Justice Oporum says, very terrible at Igrita, especially the airport road access from roundabout to airport. Okay. Chile Edwin says it's a pathetic situation in the Borikri area of the old Port Harcourt township because it's total darkness for over 1 month now without any information from the PHED. Okay. I read 3 memos from them to you. Okay. Austin Uzo says Rukboko, the worst part in Port Harcourt now. Cyril Omede says very poor lately. Patrick Ransom says there's no positive power supply. If not, the Minister for Power be using power bank. Hey, good. Stray bullets. Princess Ima says very, very poor. Frank Alfred says it's like this government who always getting worse than the previous weeks. Onengie Briggs, very, very poor in my area. Okay, these are comments from Facebook. And, we'll just end it there. It's the situation is not encouraging. It's really not encouraging. But then when you have conversations with the PHEDC, it's a private model, but then the federal government is involved in the transmission of the power and all of those. And so that's the reason we talk about the power grid, national grid. If the national grid is not in a good shape, I mean, the distribution generating companies may not be able to do what they're supposed to do. And so, well, I don't know at this point what we want to do. Pray to God, Abi. That's like our last resort. Well, we pray, we hope, and all of those. But power is really very important. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. It's been Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. For the people that are still enjoying power supply in their area, well, keep enjoying. If you're not, well, we just hope for the best. My name is Faustina Putu. I'll take a break and I'll be back for the Eyewitness Report segment.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here.
African style. African style. African style. African style.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, it's time for the Eyewitness Report segment where you get to call me and let me know what you have witnessed today that is of public importance, that you want to bring to the notice and attention of relevant authorities so they can take action. Do something. Okay? More like you've seen something and you want to say something. You've seen bad portions of road and you want to just let the River State government know that, dear River State government, we know that you're working on Ring Road, but this road, that road, the other road, in a very bad state. Please come and do something. Or it's something else. Maybe it's the refuge situation, waste disposal, waste management. Maybe you noticed certain areas that are terrible. I know the last time I went to that Iwofe axis, I mean, the median, it was just lined up with refuge. I was just looking, I'm like, hey, God. Sometimes it's terrible. Other times, well, you think that, well, they're trying. But it's really... But I really don't think that we've come to that position or we've come to that point where we can tell ourselves that we've been able to manage waste effectively. Nah. So maybe that's your eyewitness report. You were going around town and you saw dirt lined up in some areas. You let me know. And maybe your complaint is what is going on under different flyovers. The activities, things are happening. I mean, I used to know people complain about things happening. Even dirt, yes, waste. People dispose waste there. They just go there, free space. They just drop and then they move. That happens there. Your reports could be open manholes, or something else. Some sort of dilapidated infrastructure that you want to talk about. Feel free to go ahead and let me know. Okay? 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. And then you send a message to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That number you can send a message to. That message you can send it to the SMS portal or to the WhatsApp portal. Either ways, I will definitely read it. All right. And if you're sending a voice note on WhatsApp, keep it 60 seconds and below. 60 seconds or below. Okay. Let it not exceed 60 seconds. All right. And call me and let me hear what you want to tell me under 2 minutes. Hi. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening, Faustina Aputu.
Mr. Robin Maja, the farmer. You're
God
welcome.
bless you, Faustina Aputu.
Bless you too.
And God bless all the staffers of Today FM.
Amen.
And God bless all oppressed Nigerians like me, Robin Majari Farmer.
Amen.
For Sarah,
yes, please.
There's this road from Eleme Junction to Chokocho. I don't know whether it's the state government or federal government because I've never seen any of the signboard showing the drawing or the design of the road. But I've been shouting about the road. I had wished the River State government, after the governor visited the borough pit that has taken life, he told the world the importance of the road from Eleme Junction to Chokocho, linking Abia State, Imo State. That the importance of this road cannot be overemphasized. I drove through there in the morning when I went to Port Harcourt. Only I took another route when I was coming back. For Sina, the company is still patching that road. I don't know whether they are patching it or I don't know what they are doing. They are recovering the shoulders. I don't know. They are patching, and there's no government present to expect doing.
Okay.
River State is rich. We have money. What we're doing is we're doing well. And I saw the government to come over and look at what is going there.
Okay.
For instance, my last start grab. This is 3 years. State government has not come to my rescue. 3 plots of land. God bless you and bless you.
God bless you too. I
Thank
hope
you.
that one day they come to your rescue and then you get back your land. That would be amazing. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Fortunate. This is Chief Solomon.
Chief Solomon, welcome.
That's on that's 7,000 number. That line is no more working. The second line.
Chief Solomon, don't think now. You know that network provider.
Yes,
just to,
yes. Okay, all right. I have 3 eyewitness reports. Number 1.
All right.
Let government budget to do flyover for that Chuba Uniport Junction. Yes, we need another flyover there.
Okay.
Yes, that should be another budget.
All right.
Yes. Number 2, you see, this Obogoro flyover. I mean, this Obogoro, this is our light, this light issue.
Yeah.
This light issue has been complete. This transformer. You see, so we need another transformer there. You see, so that transformer has been disturbing us. We doesn't enjoy the light. Always have the low current. You see, so we need more transformers in our communities. You see, so that is it.
Right.
Number 2, I know that the ring road where they are working, but I have not seen them start working now. But they should start this Obogoro to Zoba.
All right.
They should start and conclude it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, 0810-951-0951. Dial that number and let me know your eyewitness report. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Forcing the election.
Yes, please.
This is Andy calling from Abba.
Andy.
Hello.
Andy, you said, right?
Andy calling from Abba.
All right, Andy, go on.
So I just want to inform you that we are in Abba enjoying our life.
Try good. Andy.
I've been calling you when you were talking about lights.
Yeah.
I've called almost 50 times.
Oh, sorry.
I can't get you.
Yeah, line was
I need to complain about we are enjoying our life here. I am now, enjoying my AC.
It's
not chilling me off here right now.
Andy, it's not your fault.
I feel for you guys in Port Harcourt, so I'm telling you the fact.
Good. Andy, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah,
all
you
right,
too.
man.
Enjoy your AC. Andy is calling from Abba and telling us that he's enjoying lights there in Abba. It's okay. It's all right. Let me just move on. Hi, good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is John.
John. Good to hear from you.
John, yes, for Chocolate too.
Okay, so what is your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness is about what is happening at Elele and Avara.
Elele?
Elele, Avara, Eche. Nivi, Eche.
Okay.
All the bushes here have been covered with tsunami people. kidnapping people, sometimes they kill. So I'm begging the local government chairman, I'm begging the youth leaders, the CDC chairman, and chiefs within that area to see how they can eradicate this problem.
So the killings you're talking about, the killings that you're talking about, do you report?
Yes.
Have you reported any?
Yes, yes. There was a time they arrested one at Alhaji Watch. They arrested some of them.
Okay.
So they're still there. They're still there. Many women have left their cassava on the farm. So a chief should not allow this thing to happen. It's a very big slap that people from nowhere will enter into our bush, pursuing people from their farm, not to have access to their farm.
All right.
I'm begging the chief people to find anyhow to make sure that these people are out from our bush.
No, when you say anyhow, I mean, that sounds chaotic.
Yes.
When you say anyhow, it's chaotic. It's not. It's not looking good at all.
Like all the local government chairman, they have some plan with the CDC chairman within that area, or youth leader within that area to plan on how.
If that's where you're going, I mean, that's something to hold on to. But when you say anyhow, someone listening to you might just behave anyhow, and anyhowness will continue like that. Well, thank you very much. That's your time. Thank you.
All right.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Ono from Eneka.
Ono from Eneka. What's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness is in this voice that is always carrying pipe, carrying stick to stand on the road. Collecting money by force from people. Who are they remitting this money to? Is it going to the state government or is it going to individuals? Because I understand where some people will just go and carry stick. They just station themselves on the road and start harassing people, harassing motorists, forcefully collecting money from them. They are not understand this kind of thing. Another eyewitness, NEPA have given us bills to pay for darkness. And they flashed a light. According to my people, I was not around. They said they brought the light every 5 minutes. They took it again. And precisely, they will be hearing me now. And they have shared bill for darkness, for us to pay for darkness. Probably tomorrow, honestly, they will start carrying ladder, moving up and down. And they are doing disconnection.
Okay.
Me, I don't know where we are going to.
Somewhere.
Me, I'm going to a very serious protest against NEPA. If they like, they should go and police to start shooting us tear gas the way they are shooting people in Abuja now.
All right, no, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, as long as the protest is peaceful, it is your right to do it. Okay? Eyewitness report segment. Yes, that's where we are at. And all you've got to do is let me know what's going on in your area. What did you notice? What have you noticed? Something that is of public importance you want to bring to the attention of the government. If there are certain amenities lacking in your community, this is where you get to call in, texting, and let me know. And let them know as well. Okay? 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Reginald, welcome.
You can see that somebody from Aba is teasing you for life.
Yeah, no, all of us now. All of us.
You see, you say River State government is like darkness. River State government, a whole River State government. Is it not in shame?
Yeah, when we finish politics, we'll come to light.
You not a shame that a whole river state that advise people from other states advise
Mr. Reginald, leave that one. Don't remind us.
Lady Persona.
Yes, please.
Let me just continue to beg the NDDC. May they come give us our own share of the solar system now. Since federal government now inform us now that the solar system is where to go. If they can connect Aso Rock with the solar system, they should NDDC should also help us here now. This one that we can help within our road and our street now. NDDC should be the needful and then give us our own share in Chogocho here. Lady Faustina, you know, I've been talking about my Chogocho Umekem pipeline road. And I've begged severally to Governor Sen Fobra. So just remember that road, though, because 2027, how many months now? It's just very close, though. And they need to come up with what they will use to come and campaign. Because if that road is not fixed, it will be difficult for them. All of them are standing on the mandate. I don't know which mandate that Chibuchu and Umechen people will have to stand to vote for them.
Okay, you look for one.
So they should do something reasonable so that we help them we will join them to stand on that mandate. Otherwise, we will not.
Okay, Mr. Reginald, thank you.
They should fix that road. And then finally, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Reginald.
Our primary and secondary school in Echie in Rivers State that the governor has promised that 2026 it will be in the budget. Look at the condition of our primary and secondary school. Look at the condition of our healthcare system.
It's deplorable, right? It's in a deplorable state. All right, Mr. Reginald, that is your time. Thank you, Mr. Reginald. Thank you. I've just been doing thank you. Okay. And then, all right. Good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kinamko Nekabari.
Kinamko Nekabari.
Yes.
Welcome.
See, Faustina, I've not been asking too much from this government. But I don't know why the government is not listening. Or everybody that you call on your radio station and complain for one thing or the other, they've been telling you our government is responding. I don't know why they're not responding to my own. See, this same thing that I'm asking from government every day is the same thing that government know that is part of their duty as a government. Government secondary school Sogo is in coma. Let me just say this, in coma, because if you go to that school, you will not wish your worst enemy to school in that place. No teachers, no infrastructure. Even those the fewer volunteers that are there to teach, they don't have anywhere to call their office.
All right.
And if you enter that place, it looks like a forest. You will even ask whether there is anything. When you see people going there, you will be thinking that they are going to farm. So please help me the way you are helping others, and alert the governor of Rivers State and the chairman of Kana local government.
All right.
That Sogo is part of Rivers State. This place I am telling you, the half of the food that you are seeing in Port Harcourt is coming from that place. I'm not telling you, go and verify yourself.
All right, thank you,
Sogo
sir.
community in Kana local government. If they go strike today that they are not going to release food to the market, we will see the heat here.
Okay, thank you. That's your time. Thank you very much.
That kind of community, now you are taking it for granted. For what?
Okay, thank you.
Let them go and build and rebuild that school. It's a government school.
Thank you, sir. I've heard you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I know that when you're talking, you're not looking at the time. I mean, the phone is in your ear, so you're not looking at the time. And that's the reason I just keep quiet. I listen to you, and then when it's almost time for you to wrap up, I say, okay, thank you, sir. All right, sir. Okay, sir. So once you hear that, you just know that you need to wrap up, so the next person can call in and contribute. Because as you heard that our friend from Abba saying he called a number of times, and that's because someone was on the line, and other calls were coming in, so he couldn't get through. So you see, a lot of people are queuing up, to have their say. So you need to just take a cue. You might not be looking at your time, but with the okay, all right, sir, thank you very much, you know that it's time. I hate to just cut you off like that, okay? So just understand. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. This is Lucky from Rumola.
Welcome, Lucky from Rumola.
Good. My eyewitness is this underground drainage that was built by the former governor Rotimi Amechi that runs from Rumola all the way to Choba, that ends at Choba River, that takes water down to Choba River. Oga gift wall doctor PhD. Oga, let me speak in English and talk this one because of Lucky Master go say, would they beg for things that be our right? Oga, now your duty to arrange for these gutters to be cleaned. The water where people were there for Majesty Estate, the flood and that the road where they spoil. Now because of that underground drainage, don't they blocked? If you clean them all the way from Rumola down to that Choba, nobody going to complain of flash flooding from Rumola, Rumukuta, Ngboba, Ozoba, and Choba. Nobody will hear any of those complaints. But it's because that thing is blocked. And that underground drainage collects water from all these places that I've called. Oga, try your possible best to arrange your boys, make them clean that place. It's part of employment now. If you carry like 200 people, you employ them. It's part of employment. Every month, you pay them even 50,000 or 100,000. Calculate 100,000 to 200 people. It's how much now? Where Obiakono will bring out? It's not 20 million. Now Obiakono will bring to pay his own indigenous to clean this underground drainages.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Send this message to him.
I'm sure he's listening.
Maker.
All right, thank you. I don't know if that was the right response that I gave. You said Mecca, I said Mecca. I don't know. What was I supposed to say? Faustina. Since how many years in this land? You should be ashamed of yourself. But moving on. My eyewitness is how Okrika LGA has been in darkness over a week and some days. But thank God for the solar lights, but the rooms are something else. Ibibia, okay? Ibibia. So you come outside, you see solar lights, you go inside, you would experience darkness. Because you may not be able to even see it. Or you see darkness and you experience darkness. Good evening, Faustina. How does it pain? Seeing yourself paying money for NEPA bill you never used. Rumosi community has been in total darkness for 2 weeks now, but bill is flooding everywhere. Promise Moka from Elili Alimini. No, sorry about that. It's painful. You know user, but you did pay. You did pain. Faustina, my eyewitness is on the high rate of unemployment in the state. Faustina, make I tell you the truth. Guys in the state know they smile at all. For 3 years now, the youths of the state have been denied so many opportunities because of personal interest. River State is blessed state, and the state will remain a blessed state whether they like it or not. No Rivers youth supposed to survive. Suffer, you meant to type, right? It's from Thank God Ability Atuibu. Okay, thank you very much. That's on the SMS portal, so let's go to WhatsApp and see what you've dropped there. But in the meantime, you can keep dialing 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Siam now, the light they brought 20 minutes ago. After 2 days of darkness, they have just taken it back. Oh, sorry. Now, wow. What a situation. Good evening, Faustina. Please, government should come to our aid at Isiokbo Street, D-Line, PH. The smoke problem that we have been shouting about is not being tackled. The huge smoke from the cables and other dangerous materials that scavengers burn along the railway behind Isiopo Street is really seriously affecting and killing us. As I type this message now, a fire is burning there and smoke has filled our rooms, sitting rooms everywhere. We're dying slowly, madam. We can't open our windows and doors. Please, we need help urgently to stop them. This is from Anonymous. Okay. I'm just picturing the area and what could be going on. So you remember the times we were having the soot problem and how people were complaining, how they were not able to, breathe well and all of those. This is another problem. So you're in your house, you have people burning things, smoke everywhere, so you're not able to breathe properly. Sometimes cool evenings, you just want to open your windows and have a little bit of air coming. It's very important for living, for health. But with this particular situation, it's impossible to do so. And it's really not good at all. All right, thank you for sharing this, Anonymous. All right, 0810951091. Okay, so just a minute. Wow. All right, let me go on with some more messages on WhatsApp. Afosina, my eyewitness is on the high rate of unemployment. Okay, I've taken this from the SMS portal, so we'll move on to the next.
Community kind of local government.
All right, thank God.
I want to first of all commend your radio station for the good works you are doing in Rivers State.
Thank
for
you.
people like me, from 7 a.m. every morning till 10 p.m., that's how I listen to your station.
Oh, aren't you amazing? You're amazing. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And I want to use this medium to call on the Rivers State government and the Rivers State Minister of Education. So please come to the aid of my community. My community secondary school, comprehensive high school in Kanaluka government area. We don't have teachers in our school. The community is in what we call a community education trust fund, where we contribute money so that we can employ casual teachers that will attend to our secondary school students. So let the River State government come to our place.
Okay.
We need teachers in our school. Same thing with our primary school.
Okay.
Even security we don't have in our secondary and primary school. We are the one doing doing the security for the school. Let them come to our aid.
Hmm.
Comprehensive high schools in Kana local government area.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And I've been listening to you. Thank you. Well, you know how it seems like we just, at some point, we get tired of looking upon or looking on the government to do certain things for us. I mean, it's their job, actually, their job, to provide all of these things. But, you know, people get to the point where they feel like, well, we don't trust them to provide all of these things, so we just can as well provide them for ourselves. I mean, the ones that we can. I mean, this is it, self-help. So you have a community now because they lack teachers in their schools. They've said to themselves, what can we do? Government is not looking our way. Even if it's a collaboration between state, local government, well, they're not looking our way. So what can we do for ourselves? This is it. This is it. So the community now contributes money. They contribute money amongst themselves for this purpose and help the government. And yet we hear billions, millions. Oh, these days we hear a lot more about billions. Billions. But those billions, in the midst of the billions, this is what is happening. You have communities, well, doing this. Now you may say, oh, and the community, have they reached out to... What's the job of the government? I mean, in those days we used to hear that there were, monitors or monitoring teams, supervisors going round and knowing what exactly was going on in schools. And maybe in other ministries, in other sectors as well. So if the government paid a lot of attention or the necessary attention to these schools or the different sectors, they would know exactly what's going on. Oh, wait a minute. For Sina, they know. So when it's time for some sort of propaganda, they can use it. They can say, oh, this one is not working. Oh, what are you doing? What was he doing? During his time, what was he doing? He didn't do this one. He didn't do that one. Oh, so they know. But fixing is the problem. And you begin to wonder, all of these monies earmarked for the different sectors, how exactly? Or maybe, well, it was just for some select areas in a sector. And when all those areas are done getting a touch, every other area, well, you're on your own or your... I mean, on a normal day, why would the community be contributing money to hire teachers, casual teachers? I remember that time of the announcement of 5,000 teachers. People were talking about the fact that 5,000, where you won't reach? Yeah. Well, some people said, well, at least. And the children are the leaders of tomorrow. We want a bright future for our state. That's fine. So if we don't give these children the necessary education, and then some way somehow they get into vices. Yeah, the political class, you have money now, you can send your children abroad, but they will come back home, Mabi. They will come back and be in the same society and be in the same states with those ones that you neglected and probably went astray. I'm not going to paint the picture beyond this point. You can continue from here. All of the possibilities, negative. All right. Okay, so let me take this. Good PM Faustina, the good people of Otafa clan was in total darkness for the past 2 months because wind has blown off these 5 substandard electric poles. There's an adjective qualifying the electric poles. Substandard electric poles installed during the Christmas time. I urge the council chairman of Abolga, the person of Owolobi Ofori, to come and help us replace the damaged poles so that Otafa clan can enjoy electricity like other parts of Abua. This is my humble plea, Mr. Chairman of Council, Inate Jacob of Otafa clan. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So that's on the SMS portal. Anything on WhatsApp again? Oh, no, I've taken all on WhatsApp. I have. All right, so I think I can take 1 or 2 more calls before I wrap up. 0810-951-0951. That number you can call and let me know your eyewitness report. What did you witness today? What have you witnessed that you want to bring to the attention of government, different levels of government, maybe local government or state government? Feel free to go ahead and call me. Let me know, okay? It's not something you were told, something you saw with your 2 eyes. All right? Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Faustina.
Mr. Everest.
Yes.
Go on.
Faustina,
Mm-hmm.
It's a time this mood to hit the children at like I have primary school. Road safety went there. Mark that road, waiting they call them for traffic law. I don't know whether na zebra or waiting crossing. And they did not use better pens to mark that place. The thing just lasts about whether 2 months, 3 months. The thing
where?
Off. Even if I done like I have primary school.
Okay.
So, you know the reason why they do that? When the motor hit the children, that road safety wake up and discover that such a thing will be done in that place. Now, in Uniport, those children, although they are adults, we see that they pass that road from Abuja campus to cross. It's not a high time for those safety to make a notify drivers that such people are crossing the road to mark and enlighten the drivers, see what the hazard is in this place. And University of Authority, who claim to be the highest knowledge of the education, they themselves cannot do something about to save their students in case of accident want to occur. Well, they know more better than me.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you think that there should be that zebra crossing there, even though they, like you said, they are adults, they should be there. And you talked about the University Authority. How about the road safety? Well, they can do something. But there's such a thing as collaboration. You know, you bring to the attention, if you think it's important, you bring to the attention of relevant authorities, and then the relevant authorities would do something. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. And that's it. The Eyewitness Report segment. Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. This is me paving the way for the Global Sports Update show coming up in a few minutes from now. And of course, top of the hour, Rona will be here for the thrill. My name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you so much for your calls, messages, and yes, to you who just are listening to Today 95.1 FM without saying a word to me, I look forward to hearing from you someday, soon, okay? Pick up your phones and call me. Or you send me a message.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae shows, because Rastafari.
One love.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 17th February. In 1897, the National Congress of Parents and Teachers, better known as the Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, was founded in Washington, D.C. as the National Congress of Mothers. In 1963, Michael Jordan, American basketball player, was born. In 1977, Kalakuta Republic, the commune of Nigerian musician and activist Fela Kuti, was burnt to the ground by soldiers in Lagos. In 1979, China invaded Vietnam following a series of anti-Chinese pro-Soviet maneuvers by China's southern neighbor. The invasion was a response to Vietnam's ongoing efforts to bolster its ties with the Soviet Union following the Vietnam War, and it resulted in a month-long war. In 1991, Ed Sheeran, British singer-songwriter, was born. In 1996, an earthquake and an accompanying tsunami in Indonesia left 108 people dead, 423 injured, and 58 missing. And in 2008, Kosovo declared its independence from Serbia.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Paul Agbongo does not need any introduction. I said that before. That is, if you follow Nigerian football from the domestic scene and, of course, told the national teams of Nigeria. It was August yesterday, and, of course, he is returning. And it's for us to conclude the conversation that we started. It's all about his coaching career, Nigerian football, and so much more. My name is Godwin Enakana. It's Global Sports Update. Coach Paul Agbongo, let's talk about the clubs that you coach in Nigeria, from Gabros to Warri Wolves. How many times? 2 times? To Eyimba 3 or 4 times. Which was the most challenging and the most fulfilling for you?
I think we're talking about Warri Wolves. It was intriguing. I think I think without a doubt we had the best team in Nigeria for those few years I was there. The 3 years I was there, and we competed every year for the league, and even on the continent we were the last team to come out of the continent. You know, I mean, you just have to look at some of the players who came through. Players like Sekou Alimi, I gave him his debut at Tebo. you know, host Sunday Umba, who was actually playing for Warrior Wolves when we won the 2013, and I actually recommended him to the board at that time, you know, of the federation, to the late Stephen Kashi, who was always willing to listen to coaches, local coaches, you know. I think we had 4 players. We had Azubike also in that team, you know. I can remember going back to Warrior Wolves. I remember even when we were going for second position between the Super Eagles, the home base, and I think it was the under 20 at the time, we had 9 players out of the first team. And we played Sunshine, who were trying to get either first or second. And we beat them something like 4 or 5-1, you know, with, we had a strong team. So that was a really, really enjoyable time. I think when I look back into Nigerian football, I think it was my most enjoyable time in football in Nigeria. But that does not mean when I move on to Ayimba, of course, at that time, when you went to Ayimba, you know you had something to do. You know, the first year we won the FA Cup, we finished second in the league alongside Salisu, Coach Salisu and Imama and myself. And then I left South Africa, as I mentioned. When I came back, unfortunately, we didn't play in Aba for the 2-3 years. The other 2-3 years I was there, we ended up playing in Calabar, in Port Harcourt. But we still maintained a good level on the team. We still maintained being the best team on the continent. You know, I mean, my best day there, when we played, we knocked Big Red Wits out of the Confederation Cup. We beat Sundowns 4-1 in Nigeria. When people say about the scores of these teams, they forget that we actually beat Sundowns 4-1 in Port Harcourt. And then we actually narrowly lost to them 2-1 in South Africa, you know. We knocked Etoile out, beating Etoile. Desailly 3-0 in Port Harcourt. And that's why I always have arguments when they say we can't compete. I think it's not totally true, because we proved it in Ayimba, you know, that we could compete with anybody. We lost narrowly on a penalty to Zamalek. So, you know, with the aggregate score being, they beat us by 1 goal, I think it was there on the aggregate score. So it's hard to put one in because they all serve a different purpose on my growth. But, you know, working with people like Chief Felix Ayanse was a great honor. Jude also, fantastic. They really ran the club well. And it really helps. And it just shows that in football, in anything you do, you cannot do it on your own. You need good staff with you. You need good people above you. You need to speak with the people above you. You need to realize that they have been there before you and can direct you, not force you, but guide you in the right way, because everybody has the same objective, to be successful.
Coach Paul Aigbogun, the under-20 team doesn't have a coach at this point. We also know that the under-17 don't have a coach. These are 2 national assignments. The third one, Ayimba, don't have a coach in the eyes of a lot of supporters of Ayimba Football Club. If you were given these 3 offers, which of them would you pick?
I think, you know, if you're asked to coach a national team, and if you're not a national team, it's an honor. It doesn't mean that I'm really thinking of it, but it's always an honor. Ayimba, fantastic club. I think with all these things, you would need to know the situation of the team at the moment and how things are. I think maybe Ayimba does have a coach, so that's fantastic, and I wish them well. I think anything national, I'm not saying you strive for it, but you always, it's a national team, so you always have been in the federation and been everywhere. So I also realize that there are also opportunities there. I think at the moment, it just depends on what opportunities come, really, you know. It just really, really depends on what opportunities. As I said, I'm taking a bit of time off at home, but it doesn't mean that when you're a coach you always listen to offers, you know. But it just depends on if they're the right offer at the time, you know. That's the most important thing. Yeah?
Well, that's nice. That's good to hear. You're ready for the job and you've had enough rest. Now, talk us through your coaching qualifications and, of course, your football philosophy.
Also, one thing I actually forgot to mention, I think it's very important to the culture of the team will a lot of times determine the philosophy, which then determines the coach that is employed to work in that team, you know. So if you, for example, Brazil is a typical example, you know. Would you bring a Sam Allardyce in England to come and coach in Brazil? No, he may, of course, has been a fantastic coach here, but he probably would not be the coach to bring in, or the coach of Sheffield United would not be the coach, no matter how successful he's been, to come and coach Brazil or Nigeria, actually, where we want to see fast-flowing attacking football with wide play. Yeah, I think also one last thing before I finish on this, I think it's very important important is and I think it's so important when discussing philosophy that you also encourage the players to express themselves, especially in developmental football. That should be part of your philosophy. That players are able to express themselves.
Coach Paul Igbogun, you forgot to talk about your qualifications. Very important. The listener wants to know.
Yes, regarding my qualifications, I'm a UEFA A license holder. Of course, to obtain that, you have to get your UEFA B, UEFA C, and also have my Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, and for football analytics, and also studied psychology, so which actually comes into help a lot in coaching. Yeah, so those are my current degrees. I have my Football Association of Wales, also have the goalkeeping awards. But my main qualification is my UEFA A license. Supposed to have done the pro license during the pandemic, but obviously everything got shifted about, and I'm due to go on it next year actually, if I decide to do. But at the moment, I'm a current UEFA A license holder.
Well, that's good to know, Coach Paul Igbogun. Some say you are from Delta State. That's why you got the Warri Wolf job 1, 2, 3 times. Where are you from in Nigeria, Coach Paul Igbogun?
Yes, a lot of people think I'm from Delta State, but it's wrong actually. I'm actually from Edo State, but I grew up in Delta State and spent a lot of my formative years, my primary and secondary school in Delta State, so I'm very comfortable there. I understand to certain points some of the languages and the mentality of Delta State, but I'm actually from Edo State. I'm proud.
As to go, I know you might be away in England, Coach Paul Igbogun. You have not stopped following the Nigerian League. What do you think about the Nigerian League? And of course, some persons have said that the players in the league are not good enough. That's why they can't get into the national team of Nigeria. What is your take?
Yes, I mean, as you mentioned, even though I'm not in Nigeria, I follow the Nigerian League weekly. I speak to a lot of people. The league is a strange one. I think it's, so I always tell people, other leagues were going for 100 years or whatever, and it took a lot of time to develop, I think it's developing, although I do think that, every league hits the purple patch. I think when you look at the from like 2010, 11, 12 to about 2017, I think the league was at its strongest peak. Earlier, obviously, people talk about Ayimba and stuff, winning it way back in the early 2000s. But I think in recent years I think the league is still strong. I think the only place that I think maybe needs to be rectified a little bit, I think we have a lot of players who are leaving Nigeria without playing in the league, and I really hope that there can be a solution to that, even a communication strand between the federation, academies and the local leagues, that it can be arranged where the local players can spend some time playing for the local Premier League teams, and also the coaches to give opportunities to young players. I'm a firm believer in that. I think if we can give those young players opportunities early, it might stop them from leaving to go to obscure places. I think that's very, very important. I think in regards to the players being strong enough for the national team, I would argue against that. I think some of the players are, but I think the key element is that we pick the right players. A lot of times I see the wrong players being picked, and I think the coaches really need to go about. I remember when Coach Roy was there, we went about a few times. We actually picked a few players like Anayo, people like that who eventually left the country and went out. Because when you look at the Nations Cup team of 2013, I mentioned earlier about players such as Sunday Umba, who was in the league, Ejike Ezonye. Those players still exist, but I think we really need to pick the right ones and have a proper scouting situation where the right players are picked and then taken to. And I think it's also important that these players are also given the opportunity to develop within the national team, not expecting that immediately they'll come in and immediately be the golden boys of the team. But what we are looking for are certain aspects. For example, we are struggling sometimes in Nigeria for a creative midfield player. I believe that player is in Nigeria. I believe that we have to discover that player in Nigeria, and then we have to use the national team to almost, for a word, no, I wouldn't say market him, but to expose him so that he now gets an opportunity to go abroad and further develop. So these are the things. So I would definitely argue, I think, if we pick the right players, I think a small inclusion at a time in a comfortable situation, the right players can do well in the national team from the home-based team.
Wow. Thank you so much, Paul Igbogun, for your time. We can't wait to have you back in Nigerian football, coaching either a club side or any of the national teams. Thank you again, and God bless you.
Yeah, I'd like to say a big thank you to yourself and to everybody out there. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure in time it'd be an honor to come back and work in Nigeria when the time is right and for the right opportunity. And I really hope that the game continues to grow and grow and grow in what is our most important sport and what sport in Africa, I guess. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Baldwin. I really appreciate the opportunity of being on the show. I think it's also important to talk about my time in Nigeria, even sport in Lagos. Building the academy with fantastic people, yourself, the owner, Mr. Shola, who's ready to put his full effort into it, working along the staff there, building an academy from nowhere. With the help of everybody, I was just a part of it.
To the next level. My name is Godwin A. Nakana. This is Global Sports Update. Let's keep cruising, keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM. The voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Are you ready? 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time.
the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible, as you have lost volumes of water, to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatli man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sicknessly man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 3.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatli man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine.
I don't know. Today has just been a lot of things for me. So, well, it's rare to have people checking on you, check up with you, check on you. I know that I may not be able to check on everyone one after the other, but I'm just putting it out there in the public to tell you that I hope that you're doing good. If you're not doing so good, just hang in there, right? And I think that I'm saying this also to myself because, I mean, today was just a lot of things happened. And towards the evening before I came to work, I had a little sprain around my wrists, around my fingers, and it hurt so much that, I even shed it here. But it's getting better. I mean, the pain is relieving me a bit. It was massaged and drank a lot of water, and I'm sure that by morning it would be a lot better. But yeah, let me not just start talking about all of my, events of the day. Let's get into what we have on the throat tonight. Yeah. So there is a move by the government talking about oxygen and sustaining oxygen. First off, I don't think most of us are grateful enough for this air that we breathe. Some of us have taken it as a right or as a normal thing. I mean, you breathe in, you breathe out, we've taken it as it's nothing, but it's a serious thing, and it's something to be very, very emphasis on very, very, very grateful for. Because when I was reading through this news, I just in retrospect, I just thought, and like, oxygen is not something that if you get to a point where you need it to survive, like, you are taken to the hospital and they need to fix you on oxygen, that's when you would realize, or people around you realize that, well, this breathing that we're breathing is luxury. Is luxury in its I don't even know what to say, but yes, it's luxury in all its form. It's not only all the physical things and all the tangible things that you can hold and touch and handle that are luxury. Breathing is luxury. Air, oxygen. When you see the cost of oxygen per hour, you would realize and know that, I be big man, I be big woman, like that I have oxygen for free and I don't need an equipment or a device plugged to my body to breathe. Now, there is the federal government talking about a move to secure oxygen supply, especially for maternal emergency care. I mean, there's been situations where it was because oxygen was not available or not sustained for mothers who just gave birth. That's why they died. A lot of cases of, maybe lost lots of blood and they're trying to fix them on oxygen. Maybe the oxygen was not available, was not sustained enough, or it was not maintained. The machine was not properly maintained enough in the hospital, and so it led to a lot of death for mothers who just gave birth. So the federal government making this move, I know someone will be saying, is it now that they realize that oxygen in hospital maintained and is important? Well, there's a saying that the day how do they say that thing now? When you wake up, then your day break. Yeah, I think it's something around that. The time you wake up, they say it in pidgin. When you wake up, at that time your day break, right? So they are realizing now that it is essential, right? That oxygen machines are maintained. the topic. Please stay with me. Usually supposed to be full lines by 9:45. I don't know why the calls are dropping. I don't know if network is about to show me the stuff they are made of tonight. But please, I'm not going to allow them stress me. So there's an alternative. You can send a text message. Very well. You can do a voice note. Very well. You can send a WhatsApp message. That works too. So just do that to 0701 933 9962 as the alternative, because the network is already showing me signs. The phone line. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes. Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News in Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Agbara, first the headlines. Federal government to establish fire stations in 109 senatorial districts across Nigeria. FANN orders ends to all cash transactions by February 29. On the foreign scene, UN calls for complete decolonization of Western Sahara and other territories. Details shortly. The federal government has finalized plans to set up fire stations in all 109 senatorial districts across Nigeria as part of efforts to strengthen emergency response, safeguard lives, and protect national assets. The announcement was made by the Controller General of the Federal Fire Service, FFS, Olumode Samuel Adeyemi, during an on-the-spot assessment of single markets in Kano State, which suffered a major fire incident on February 14, 2026. While conveying the message of the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, expressing sympathy to traders and residents affected by the incident, Samuel Adeyemi highlighted that a dedicated fire post will be established at single markets to curb recurring fire outbreaks and reduce response time. Samuel Adeyemi also outlined additional measures to improve emergency response nationwide, including collaboration with the Nigerian Police Force and Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps for crowd control during fire incidents, among others. The initiative is part of a strategic federal push to institutionalize fire safety, protect commercial hubs, and enhance Nigeria's capacity to respond effectively to fire emergencies. Meanwhile, the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Health, has directed immediate disengagement of directors serving in the ministry, federal hospitals, and affiliated agencies who have spent 8 years or more in the directorate cadre. The move aligns with the enforcement of the 8-year tenure policy across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs. In a memo signed by Teshoma Dafeta, overseeing the Office of the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry, the enforcement of the tenure policy was reiterated in line with the revised Public Service Rules 2021. The directive mandates the compulsory retirement of directors who have completed 8 years in that rank, effective December 31, 2025. The circular referenced a fresh deadline issued by the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, urging strict compliance. The memo instructed heads of agencies and parastatals to ensure that affected officers immediately hand over all official documents and government property. It further directed the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System (IPPIS) unit to stop the salaries of disengaged officers and recover any emolument paid beyond the effective date of exit from service. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAAN) has directed an immediate cessation of all cash collections and transactions across its operations effective February 29, 2026. The mandate aimed at enforcing a cashless economy was issued by FAAN Managing Director Olubunmi Kuku in a memorandum circulated to all directorates within the agency. The directive followed the approval by the Federal Executive Council (FEC) for government agencies to discontinue cash transactions. According to the memo, all financial and business dealings within FAAN must now be conducted through approved cashless systems, with no exceptions beyond the deadline. Kuku emphasized that directors are responsible for ensuring strict compliance, urging them to adopt alternative payment channels immediately. She warned that failure to adhere to the policy would attract stiff penalties. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized Nigeria's electoral system, saying the country continues to struggle with credible elections despite having significantly fewer voters and polling infrastructure than India. In a statement, Obi described India as a democratic model, noting that it has more than 960 million registered voters, over 1 million polling stations, and voter turnout exceeding 60%, with technology enabling the electronic transmission of results within days. Obi pointed out that Nigeria, with roughly 1/7 of India's population, has about 93 million registered voters, less than 10% of India's voter base, and fewer than 20% of its polling stations, as well as about 1% of its political parties. He said it was troubling that Nigeria still struggles to conduct free, fair, and credible elections or transmit results promptly, even when voter turnout is often below 20%. He argued that in India, political leaders, legislators, and the judiciary work towards the welfare of citizens and future generations, whereas in Nigeria, many political actors pursue policies that impoverish the people and undermine the country's future. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has criticized opposition figures for what he described as grandstanding and deception during the recent protests calling for electronic transmission of election results. Speaking at the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Abuja, during a lecture titled The Impact of Political Leadership on Infrastructural Development in Nigeria, Between Dividends of Democracy and Good Governance, Wike took a veiled jab at former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, who attended the protest with his son, a medical doctor. Wike highlighted Amechi's claim that his son was present to provide medical aid to any injured protesters, dismissing the gesture as staged and designed to manipulate public sentiment. He questioned the sincerity of the act, arguing that true leadership is demonstrated through action rather than theatrical displays aimed at misleading the youth. The minister further accused Amici and other opposition leaders of sudden advocacy for electronic transmission of results as a classic example of political opportunism. He urged Nigerians to distinguish between genuine leadership that delivers tangible outcomes and performative politics intended for public optics.
You have asked me about doing roads and this. You see, it's very good. We'll promise you what to do, but we'll not promise what we cannot do. I'm not coming here to, just like the other day, some people went to a demonstration, and somebody said, I brought my son here. He's a doctor, in case anybody falls down. Meanwhile, the child has no medical equipment with him. Meanwhile, there's no ambulance there with him, in case anybody slumps. And this is the kind of thing, the kind of leadership we want, and we're happy. People are talking about electronic transmission. Today, why not ask who were those who were responsible that they would do electronic transmission in the last election? When they're out of office, they become the people's voice. But when they're inside office, they won't say anything.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. President Bola Tinubu has urged the Senate to confirm the nomination of retired Admiral Jamila Abubakar as National Commissioner representing Adamawa State at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The request was contained in a letter addressed to the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and read at plenary. Tinubu cited Section 154, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, in forwarding the appointment for Senate confirmation, expressing hope for an expeditious consideration. Senate President Akpabio referred the request to the Senate Committee on the INEC for legislative scrutiny and directed the committee to report back to plenary within 1 week. The nomination comes amid ongoing debates over electoral reforms and appointments to key electoral bodies in Nigeria. In a separate letter, Tinubu also urged the Senate to confirm Ismail Yusuf as chairman of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON. The request was made under Section 3, Subsection 2 of the NACON Act 2026, with the President appealing for prompt legislative action. The Nigerian Senate has passed the Electoral Act 2022 Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026 following tense debate and a rowdy session over provisions on electronic transmission of results. The session intensified when Senator Eyinaya Abaribe raised the point of order over Clause 60, particularly objecting to the proviso allowing manual transmission of results if electronic system fails. Senate President Godswill Akpabio sustained Abaribe's point of order, and during a division, 55 senators voted to retain the provision, while 15 opposed it. The debate highlighted broader concerns over the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, which was temporarily stalled earlier, as lawmakers reviewed each clause following a motion to rescind the previous amendment. The motion to rescind, sponsored by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele, arose amid concerns that the original passage conflicted with the 2027 general election timetable announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Lawmakers argued that the 360-day notice requirement under Clause 28 could place elections during the Ramadan period, potentially affecting voter turnout, logistical coordination, and the overall credibility of the process. The approval of the bill now positions the Electoral Act 2026 as a legal framework governing elections in Nigeria, with provisions for electronic transmission of results, clear timelines, and mechanisms intended to enhance transparency, inclusiveness, and compliance with national and religious considerations. Earlier, the House of Representatives erupted into a chaotic session as lawmakers clashed over a motion seeking to rescind the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, which mandates real-time electronic transmission of election results. The motion, moved by Francis Waivi, chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, aimed to align the House's earlier December 2025 approval of the bill with the Senate's position on real-time electronic transmission of results. When Speaker Tajuddin Abbas put the motion to a voice vote, the nays reportedly sounded louder than the ayes, but he called in favor of the motion, prompting protests and shouts from lawmakers. The Speaker subsequently called for an executive session to restore order. The controversy stems from the clause adopted by the House last December, which required presiding officers to electronically transmit polling unit results to the Independent Electoral Commission (INEC) result viewing portal in real time, following the signing and stamping of Form EC8A by presiding officers and polling agents. The Chief Justice of Nigeria (CJN), Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has called on the ECOWAS Court of Justice, the enforcement, to develop a clear guidelines to enhance the enforcement of its judgments by member states. The directive came during a courtesy visit in Abuja by the court's president, Justice Ricardo Goncalves, who led a delegation of judges seeking Nigeria's support for implementing ECOWAS court rulings. Justice Goncalves highlighted that about 80% of the court's decision remain unenforced due to lack of political will and other challenges, urging Nigeria to set an example for other member states. In response, Justice Kekereekun commended the court of its landmark judgment on human rights and emphasized that enforcement primarily rests with the executive arms of member states. She advised the court to use its upcoming bilateral meeting on the status of judgment to establish a uniform enforcement procedure and to consult widely with stakeholders to refine existing guidelines. The CJN also pledged continued support for capacity building initiatives through the National Judicial Institute. On the foreign scene, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged renewed efforts to achieve full decolonization of Western Sahara and 16 other territories that remain under colonial rule, more than 60 years after the UN launched its formal decolonization drive. Speaking at the 2026 session of the Special Committee on Decolonization, C24, Guterres emphasized that ending colonial rule has been a core objective of the UN since its founding. The C24, established in 1961, monitors progress towards granting independence to territories that have not yet achieved the full measure of self-government. Western Sahara, often referred to as Africa's last colony, was formerly colonized by Spain until 1976, when Spain abruptly withdrew, sparking territorial disputes involving Morocco, Algeria, and Mauritania. Guterres' remarks underscores the UN's continued commitment to completing the unfinished task of decolonization, reaffirming that the international community must address remaining colonial disputes to uphold equality, sovereignty, and self-determination. And in sports, Super Eagles defender Olisa Nda has completed the move to South African side Stellenbosch FC. Nda joined the club on a free transfer after parting ways with Orlando Pirates, where he spent 4.5 seasons establishing himself as a reliable centre-back. The 28-year-old becomes the fourth Nigerian to feature for Stellenbosch, following Ibrahim Jaba, Kazie Eyinaya, and Stanley Dingba. Nda, who was part of Nigeria's squad at the 2021 African Cup of Nations in Cameroon, has been assigned the number 99 jersey. He's expected to make his debut for Gavin Hunt's side against Magesi FC tomorrow, as the club looks to strengthen its defensive line for the upcoming campaign. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government has announced plans to establish fire stations in all 109 senatorial districts across the country. We told you that FAN has ordered an end to all cash transactions by February 29. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the UN has called for complete decolonization of Western Sahara and other territories. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
modern city of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Very good evening to you. This is Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again up for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the wall today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Kenyan aviation workers suspend strike as flights gradually resume in Nairobi. Ukrainian delegation heads to Geneva for fresh peace talks with Russia. Hamas rejects Israeli's 60 days disarmament ultimatum. Kurdish authorities release 34 Australian relatives to ISIL fighters. Details shortly. Aviation workers in Kenya have agreed to resume work during the second day of the strike that has led to cancellations, delays, and diversions, of which particularly hit the main airport in the capital, Nairobi. Operations are expected to slowly return to normal at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, JKIA, one of the Africa's busiest transport hubs where some passengers have spent more than 20 hours waiting for their flights. The Transport Ministry oversaw urgent talks with union and other groups. The Transport Minister, Davis Chichi, noted that aviation contributes immensely to the economy of the country and are committed to ensure that the sector remains stable. Passengers are still being advised to contact their airlines for the latest flight schedule before heading to airports. Last week, the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, KAU, warned it would strike over pay and poor working conditions. Police in Malawi are searching for 9 suspects who escaped from custody after being caught allegedly smuggling charcoal in a hearse disguised as part of a funeral procession. Acting on the tip-off, forestry officials intercepted the vehicle at a roadblock near the main city of Blantyre. Inside, they found an empty coffin placed over several bags of charcoal with an estimated value of $1,700. But a manager from the funeral service told newsmen that the hearse driver was returning from seeing a bereaved family when he bought the bags of fuel that were later confiscated. The smuggling of charcoal is high in demand for cooking and widespread in Malawi. William Mitimbe, a forest official, told local media that the weekend's operation was the most complex illegal charcoal trafficking case in the country's history. Ukrainian officials have departed for Geneva for another round of negotiations aimed at ending the war with Russia. Ukraine's chief of staff, Kylo Bundanov, confirmed the trip in a post on Telegram, where he said that the team would reflect on historical lessons and seek the right conclusions ahead of the talks. The Geneva meeting follows 2 rounds of United States brokered negotiations held in the United Arab Emirates in January and early February. Those discussions marked the first direct public talks between Moscow and Kiev under a peace framework proposed by the U.S. President Donald Trump to halt the conflict that began with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has expressed hope that the Geneva negotiations will be serious and substantive. Hamas has rejected remarks by an Israeli government official calling on Gaza-based group to disarm within 60 days, warning that Israel could resume its war on Gaza if the demand is not met. Senior Hamas official Mahmoud Madawi said he was unaware of such proposal and dismissed the comments on media as a media threat lacking substance in negotiations. The remarks follow a statement by the Israeli Cabinet Secretary Yossi Fuchs at a conference in Jerusalem, where he said Israel could renew military operations if Hamas failed to disarm within 2 months. Madawi warned that any move to resume the war could carry serious repercussions for the wider region and insisted that the Palestinians would not surrender. His comments come as the second phase of a ceasefire agreement, which began in January, remains fragile. Kurdish authorities in northern Syria have released 34 Australian families to suspected Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant ISIL fighters who have been detained at the Roj camp. Officials said the group would travel to Damascus before being flown to Australia. Hakimi Ibrahim, a director of the Roj camp, confirmed that 11 Australian families have been handed over to relatives who traveled to Syria to facilitate their release. Control of the Ahol shifted last month after Syrian government forces clashed with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces (SDF), resulting in Damascus seizing most of the territory in northeastern Syria previously administered by Kurdish authorities. In a statement, officials stressed that any returning Australians suspected of committing crimes would face investigation and prosecution. Australian authorities have recovered a collection of stolen Egyptian artifacts and charged a 52-year-old man in connection with a ninth-time museum break-in in Queensland. The suspect, identified as Miguel Monsalve, allegedly smashed a window at the Abbey Museum of Art and Archaeology over the weekend and stole several priceless items, including a mummy mask, a collar, a piece of jewelry, and a wooden cat sculpture. Queensland police said that when they searched the car the following day at a nearby ferry terminal, they recovered all the stolen artifacts except the wooden cat, which the suspect was later found to be in possession of. The investigation remains ongoing as authorities work to ensure the safety and preservation of the recovered collection. United States President Donald Trump says he would soon decide whether to send additional weapons to Taiwan, following a warning from Chinese President Xi Jinping. Speaking to newsmen, Trump said he had a good conversation with Xi and would make a determination pretty soon, adding that he maintains a positive relationship with the Chinese leader. During the February 4 phone call, Xi urged mutual respect in U.S.-China relations and cautioned Washington over arms sales to the self-ruled island. According to China's state broadcasters, Xi described Taiwan as the most important issue in bilateral ties and warned the United States to handle arms sales with caution. Trump and Xi are expected to meet in Beijing in April. The United States does not formally recognize Taiwan diplomatically but remains its primary military backup. In December, Washington approved $11 billion in arms sales to Taipei, prompting China to stage large-scale live fire drills, simulating a blockade of key Taiwanese ports. Veteran U.S. civil rights activist Reverend J.C. Jackson, one of the most influential black voices, died today, his family said in a statement. Jackson, a Baptist minister, had been a civil rights leader since the 1960s when he marched with Martin Luther King Jr. and helped fundraise for the cause. The family did not release the cause of death, but Jackson revealed in 2017 that he had the degenerative neurological disease Parkinson's. According to media report, he was hospitalized for observation in November in connection to another neurodegenerative condition. A dynamic orator and a successful mediator in international disputes, the longtime Baptist minister expanded the space for African Americans on the national stage for more than 6 decades. He was the most prominent black person to run for the U.S. presidency, with 2 unsuccessful attempts to capture the Democratic Party nomination in the 1980s until Barack Obama took the office in 2009. United States President Donald Trump says he would soon decide whether to send additional weapons to Taiwan, warning from Chinese President Xi Jinping. The Russian government has strongly rejected claims by the 5 European countries that jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned by the state. Navalny, President Vladimir Putin's most prominent domestic critic, died on February 16, 2024 in an Arctic prison colony while serving a 19-year sentence for extremism, a charge he and his supporters contend with politically motivated. The United Kingdom, France, Germany, the Netherlands and Sweden issued a joint statement asserting that Navalny has been poisoned with epipatidine, a toxin found in poison dart frogs, and claimed that the Russian state had the means, motive and opportunity to administer it. Navalny had previously survived a suspected poisoning with the Novichok nerve agent in 2020. Since his death, Russia's opposition has remained fragmented and largely in exile, while his widow, Yulia Navalnaya, has sought to continue his political legacy and made challenges in mobilizing broad support. That story from Russia concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Nakachi Celestino of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. You heard that Kenya aviation workers have suspended strike as flight operations gradually resume in Nairobi. We told you that a Ukrainian delegation heads to Geneva for fresh peace talks with Russia. We also told you that Hamas has rejected Israeli 60 days disarmament ultimatum. And finally, Kurdish authorities has released 34 Australian relatives of ISIL fighters. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
When they were talking about displaced women, women in the refugee camps, those in El Fasher and others, the question for me was, how much is Africa spending on military, on wars?
And Zambia records the lowest inflation in 3 years, accompanied by a strengthening local currency.
A lot of our retailers import goods and services, so when the currency then moves in a particular direction, like to appreciate, we get to see some positive cue that is coming through that channel.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Leading figures from across the US political spectrum have been paying tribute to the civil rights pioneer Jesse Jackson, who's died. He was 84. President Trump described Jackson as a force of nature and a good man. The senior Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, said he was a legendary voice for the voiceless. An eloquent Baptist minister, Jackson was a close associate of Martin Luther King and twice ran for the Democratic presidential nomination. The civil rights activist and friend Mark Morial paid tribute to Reverend Jackson.
What he did is he continued the work of Martin Luther King, the work of Dr. King in 1968 with the Poor People's March, with his work for economic justice in the 1970s. But I think very profoundly, he brought the ethos, the philosophy of civil rights into American politics with his 1984 and 1988 campaigns for the presidency.
Iran's foreign minister says his government has agreed a set of guiding principles with the United States that could pave the way for a deal on Tehran's nuclear program. Abbas Araghchi was speaking after the latest indirect talks in Geneva. Mr. Araghchi said they'd been more constructive than previous discussions, but warned that more work was needed.
Iran has always been prepared to engage in meaningful and result-oriented negotiations. Any sustainable agreement must ensure the full recognition of Iran's legitimate rights, deliver tangible benefits, and be safeguarded against unilateral actions that undermine trust and credibility.
Russian and Ukrainian negotiators have begun a new round of US-brokered peace talks, also in Geneva. Hopes of a breakthrough are low as Russia continues to demand the entire Donbass region, which Kyiv has ruled out. Hours before the discussions began, Moscow carried out a wave of attacks on Ukrainian energy facilities. President Zelensky said 400 drones and nearly 30 missiles were launched. There are growing fears of renewed fighting in northern Ethiopia after reports of a mass build-up of rival troops from the federal government and the Tigray region. A diplomatic source says the mobilization on the border between Tigray and the rest of Ethiopia risks undermining the area's fragile stability. Richard Kagoy reports.
The situation along Ethiopia's northern Tigray border remains tense following recent clashes between federal troops and regional forces near the Amhara border in late January. Tigrayan officials are demanding the return of people displaced by the war, as well as the handover of territory seized during the conflict. Although a 2022 peace agreement formally ended the two-year war, key provisions were never fully implemented. Both sides are now being urged to return to dialogue to avert the risk of renewed fighting. Ethiopia, which fought alongside Eritrea in a war that killed more than 500,000 people, now accuses Asmara of backing rebels.
World News from the BBC. Kenyan airport workers have called off their strike after reaching an agreement with the country's transport ministry. Union leaders say the deal sets out a framework to address their grievances over pay and working conditions. The two-day industrial action caused widespread disruption at Nairobi's main international airport, one of Africa's busiest hubs. The European Union has opened a formal investigation into the Chinese online retailer Shein over illegal products and concerns about what it says is the platform's addictive design. The move comes after France urged the EU executive in November to crack down on the sale of childlike sex dolls on Shein's platform. Shein has since removed the dolls from sale. A lawyer representing a group of people believed to have been deported from the United States to Cameroon last month has told the BBC that 8 more migrants landed on Monday. He said none of them are originally from Cameroon. From Yaoundé, here's Paul Njie.
Reports of third-country migrants being deported to Cameroon have sparked outrage as authorities remain silent about the situation. Joseph Fru, a lawyer representing the migrants in Cameroon, told the BBC 8 new deportees landed in the country on Monday, joining 7 others held in a housing facility in the capital Yaoundé since January. Most of the third-country individuals who arrived last month reportedly have court protections preventing their deportation to their countries of origin. Details of any deportation arrangement between the U.S. and Cameroon remain unclear, with the U.S. State Department declining to comment on its communications with other governments.
Warner Brothers has given Paramount 7 days to make its best and final takeover offer. Warner Brothers also says it will hold a vote on the rival Netflix offer, which it prefers, on March the 20th. Paramount is seeking to take over the whole media network, while Netflix just wants control of its studios and HBO, home to shows such as Game of Thrones and Succession. BBC World News.
Hey there, welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna, coming to you from the sunny city of Nairobi. The plight of Sudanese women, girls and children are at the center of UN Women's message at this year's Africa Union Summit. We speak to the organization's deputy director.
I met with the Sudanese women. My heart was bleeding when they were talking about displaced women, women in the refugee camps, those in El Fasher and others. The question for me was, how much is Africa spending on military, on wars, when dialogue can be fostered on the table?
And Zambia, the copper country, says it's making significant economic strides as inflation drops to its low years and increased revenue from metal sales. But are Zambians really feeling the impact?
Our dollar as we stand might be at 19 kwacha, if not 20, but fuel prices are not dropping. So I don't know how the dollar is going down, but things are not changing.
It's Tuesday, February 17th. The United Nations Women, UN Women for short, has raised the alarm over ongoing attacks against women, girls and civilians in the Sudan war. The conflict between the Rapid Support Forces on one hand and the Sudanese army on the other has been raging on for nearly 3 years. During this time, more than 12 million people have been displaced, and UN Women says more than half of them are women and children. Compounding their suffering are the cases of mass and systemic rape and the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, which has left survivors in dire need of medical, psychological and social support. Now at the just concluded Africa Union Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Deputy Executive Director for UN Women, Dr. Nyaradai Gumbundanda, made an appeal for a ceasefire in Sudan. She challenged regional bodies and the UN to protect women and children, something she says they are currently not doing enough. My colleague Daniel Dazier had an exclusive chat with Dr. Gumbundanda on the sidelines of the summit, and he joined me for a conversation that started with what the AU Summit is all about.
So the AU Summit basically is a series of meetings that happen between all the presidents of African countries. On paper, every president of an African country is a member of the AU. We know now that, of course, since 2021, Sudan has not been a member because it's been suspended. But on paper, that's what the AU Summit is. The African Union itself, just like the European Union, it functions as an organization on its own. It has a commission, it has a chairperson, it has departments. So you also have the heads of those departments coming in. And then you have special invited guests, some from other countries, diplomats who come and lobby the AU and African leaders. For instance, we had the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres there at the opening ceremony. So yes, it's a gathering of basically the who is who in Africa, and there they try and put together a continental agenda for every year. So the ordinary meeting, that's what it's actually called. It takes place around this time of the year every year. It takes place in Addis, and basically the leaders set the agenda for every year. Remember that there's a general agenda for the AU for 2063. And between now and then, what they do is that they pick a small piece of it and they try and set out how they are going to deal with it in the particular calendar year. This year it was about access to water and sanitation. In a wrap, that's what it is.
And what's the highlight of the summit this year? Because we also hear that there is a new chairperson. Is it every year that there's a new chairperson?
Yes, so a chairperson is chosen at every ordinary summit. Yes, so the new chairperson of the AU is the president of Burundi, Evariste Ndayishimiye.
And he was talking about silencing the guns. What exactly does that mean?
A big part of this year's AU summit was peace and security on the continent. there are a number of conflicts that are currently raging in the continent. We can talk about the war in Sudan. We can talk about the instability in DRC. To a certain extent, we even had reports that there are tensions building in Ethiopia leading up to the summit. And what the AU is trying to do is take sort of a leadership role in seeing these wars end. It's very telling that the chairperson of the AU Commission, Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, said that in spite of the work that had been done by the Peace and Security Council and the various departments of the AU, some regression has been seen in conflicts, but very little progress has been made. And so there was a very strong statement, for instance, from the Peace and Security Council on the ministerial level. So the Peace and Security Council has the presidents, and there is the ministerial level. Now, so the PSC at the ministerial level actually released a statement, and they strongly condemned the formation of a parallel government in Sudan, and they gave themselves a 3-month deadline for the sanctions committee of that council to identify external actors in the Sudan war and see how well they can be contained.
Okay, moving on. You also spoke to the Deputy Director of the United Nations Women. How did you come about that interview?
So they actually reached out to us even before we left and told us that Dr. Gumbonjanda would be available. And we said, why not? We want to talk to her about what the AU should be looking at if they want to prioritize women. And that was the basis for it.
And you also spoke to her about WASH, which is the water and sanitation and hygiene. What are some of the pointers from that chat from the Deputy Director from UN Women?
She was very clear in saying that of the 400 million people who do not have access to running water on the continent, the responsibility often lies on the women in this group. You know, think about the cultural context, and this was what she was trying to draw out. In a home, especially in a rural setting, it is the woman who will go and fetch water.
Mm-hmm.
It is the woman who would cook.
Mm-hmm.
And she would do that with the children.
Right.
And so she painted this picture and pointed out how if we really want to fix water and sanitation and hygiene, it means we want to help women. So the solution must involve women and must begin with women in providing running water to these 400 million people. That's like the broad summary of her points.
Okay. And some have called these summits, you know, like you say, we have the AU summits, we have the ordinary summits, the extraordinary, the executive. It's difficult to even keep track. And a lot of critics call these summits and extraordinary sessions a mere talk shop. Did you get that sense? Because they barely follow through with the recommendations or the communique that is brought out of these meetings. Did you get that sense?
Let me use this simple fact to paint this picture. You know, Africa is very far behind in hitting its malaria targets, right? We were speaking to some of the experts and they were telling us that only 5 countries hit their 2025 targets when it comes to malaria prevention. So that sort of paints the picture. And there were presidents and foreign ministers who made this admission to us, albeit on the side, that yes, they often find it difficult to follow through. The International Crisis Group has actually described it perfectly by saying that the AU is a good convener, but sometimes they find it more difficult to change behavior on the ground. And this is something that Dr. Gumbonjanda actually talked about.
It might not be tomorrow, but definitely it should not be by 2063. Many people would have lost their lives due to preventable diseases by then. We have an expectation that Africa will prioritize water and sanitation within the 2030 agenda, because the issues around water and sanitation are part of the Sustainable Development Goals.
In your chat with Deputy Director Gumbonjanda, you spoke about meeting women in Sudan. Did she say anything about prioritizing resources for these women?
She said a lot about it. A bit of context here. A couple of days before we sat down to have that interview, this group called the Quintet, which is the AU, the UN, a number of 5 organizations on that level, they released a statement, and that statement spoke a lot about how women from Sudan are being affected. We were actually talking about whether or not African leaders are prioritizing WASH issues when they are budgeting. So we were actually talking about the fact that sometimes African leaders don't budget as much to water and sanitation And then, as if off the cuff, she brought it up and said that she met women of Sudan, and the suffering that they described when they were speaking to the quintet is very serious.
I met with the Sudanese women. My heart was bleeding when they were talking about displaced women, women in the refugee camps, those in El Fasher and others. The question for me was, how much is Africa spending on military, on wars? When dialogue can be fostered on the table, when millions of dollars can be saved, and those millions of dollars can go to water and sanitation, can go to education and to healthcare. So it's about prioritization, and it's also about putting the resources that Africa has and putting its best foot forward.
Right, Daniel. And so is the African Union doing enough for African women?
It's a big question, and it's one that I tried to put to Dr. Gumbonjanda. Her answer was very interesting.
At this moment, what is expected, and from what the women said, they are asking for our institutions to step up so that there's a ceasefire.
Are they doing enough for women?
Some steps are being taken. More could be done.
Dr. Nyaradai Gumbundanda there in conversation with my colleague Daniel Dazi. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Good things are happening with the economy of Zambia, or so we are hearing. For the first time in 3 years, the country's cost of living, or inflation, is in the single digits, something experts say is a good thing. Between December last year and January this year, inflation dropped from 11.2% to 9.4%. The Southern African nation's currency, the kwacha, is also doing well, supported by rising copper prices in the international market. Now you might remember that Zambia became the first African nation to default on its foreign debt following the COVID-19 pandemic. The country has since renegotiated the debt to allow for better repayment terms. So if Zambia is in a good place economically, what role did the government play to get there? We asked the finance minister, Situmbeko Musokotwane.
If you talk about the economic growth, the mining sector coming back to life, these are things that have been happening in the last 2 years. The beginning was tough because we had to find solutions to the many problems that existed. Then some of those, like the exchange rate stability and so forth, of course, is coming towards the end of our term. But this is after solving problems like the debt restructuring, solving problems like getting the mining sector back to life, to export copper and foreign exchange, and therefore help to stabilize the exchange rate. So I can assure you that for us, even after the election, we should actually even see more positive development than now, because the investments taking place now, started last year, these are now going to deliver tangible results well beyond the elections. So this is not an election gimmick.
Finance Minister Situmbeko Musokotwane. Now, Zambia's good economic rating has been criticized by some as being politically motivated, with general elections scheduled in August. And that's what the minister was commenting on just there. In the streets of the capital, Lusaka, are Zambians sharing in the optimism?
We are having a lot of challenges. Looking at expenses which we are facing this time around, I will say, for instance, an example of buying just a block. It's a 10 kwacha. So looking at how many blocks am I supposed to buy for a loan? Looking at how much am I supposed to buy if it's in terms of cement? So for us, youth who are like in this age, in this time, in this moment, we are having a lot of challenges in terms of finding finances for our kids.
Things are not okay. Yeah, there is no money in circulation. Things are too expensive. Everything has gone up.
We have the dollar that's going down, but prices are not decreasing. They're actually going up. I'll give you an example. Our dollar as we stand might be at 19 kwacha, it's not 20, but fuel prices are not dropping. So I don't know how the dollar is going down, but things are not changing. So it's really hard for people to make ends meet. Majority of the people right now, I feel like, are living below this, and not all of them are doing fine. I feel like the economy is favoring those people that are doing fine rather than the ones that are not.
To get further insights, I have been speaking with Mutisunge Zulu. He is an economic analyst in Zambia. From all indication, it shows that you have now gone back to a single-digit inflation, and the country is recording positive strides. Now, I have to ask you this. Is this real or it's an illusion?
It's actually real. We are at 9.4% and we were last in single digit 3 years ago. Supporting this trajectory has been reduction in food prices. We had a bumper harvest, corn, that's last year, and that has really supported the price of foods coming down. Maize meal is our staple food. The currency has been stable, and usually when you have a stable currency, it does help with cost push inflationary effects. A lot of our retailers import goods and services, so when the currency then moves in a particular direction, like to appreciate, we get to see some positive cue that is coming through that channel.
Copper is Zambia's largest export. It's actually the main driver of the economy and revenues generated. Is it contributing to this progress in the economic gains that the country is recording?
Yes, so let me put it this way. We've seen quite some improvements in copper production. We headlined 890,304 last year. I think we had targeted 1 million metric tons, but we were just shy of 900,000. So what we have seen is all the legal impasses within the sector, all the disputes that we had, and investors that ideally wanted to leave the country have remained within the country and have pledged investments. Copper has been a function of optimism from AI, demand, renewable energy, electric car, and there is a deficit of copper in the world. We've seen that manifest in a higher price on the London Metal Exchange. So we've seen flows, FX flows into the country. I think evident from central bank reports, we're getting more flows. More flows means more support. More support means more support to the currency as well.
Let's talk debt restructuring. We know that Zambia restructured its debt. First of all, how did the country achieve this? And have you seen any lasting relief that this move has brought?
So it has been a function of political will. It has been a function of really seeing that commitment and following up, taking up a reform process. And one thing that people don't really talk about is that it was a homegrown Zambian program that was then presented to the IMF, and eventually the IMF got to nod it, and there has been this follow through. We've seen energy reforms, that's petroleum, electricity, within the governance space as well.
Critics argue that all of this good news, economic strides that are being recorded in Zambia are because it's an election year. Do Zambians expect to go back to hard times after the elections?
I don't think that would be a correct narrative, and it's always expected that you will have critics in any economy, and anyway, they keep everyone in check. But I always tackle that question with simple questions. We just got our credit rating upgraded. The credit rating upgrade has nothing to do with elections. Independent rating agencies do credit upgrades. I mean, we are now B- for Fitch, and we are CCC+ for Standards and Poor's. That's 5 to 7 notches higher than where we were when we were default rated. And that came in the fourth quarter of last year. That has nothing to do with elections.
But you see, Mutisunge, now, many ordinary Zambians say they don't relate with these headline figures of the economic gains, single-digit inflation, the yields, and the upgrade in the ratings, in the debt ratings. Yes. But basic goods are still very expensive, and electricity access remains a challenge for many. So the question then is, why haven't these gains been translated into real improvements in everyday life?
Macroeconomic indicators do take time to transmit to the micro side of the economy. So, for example, inflation has come down, and the expectation, yes, understandably, is that citizens should walk into a supermarket and find that the cost of goods and services has come down. It doesn't happen that way. It does take time to transmit. I'd say I personally have seen fuel prices sort of come down significantly over the last 6 months, supported by the currency and the exchange rate. But now we're talking about the price of basic goods and services. I would say that in the medium term to the long term, that lag should then narrow and the average Zambian should start to feel the benefit of these items.
Let's talk a bit about the restructured debt.
Okay.
Some of Zambia's bonds will soon be maturing, while the restructured debt will one day have to be repaid. Now, the question then is, has Zambia really solved its debt problem, or it has just delayed it till later?
The debt has not gone anywhere. The reality of the matter is that we have breathing space. So a restructure means that we have negotiated to be able to pay the debt over a longer period and in chunks that are sort of acceptable and smaller. That gives us room to be able to grow the economy, but because simultaneously when you grow the economy, then you dwarf your obligations.
Before I let you go, Mutisunge, I have to ask you this. What are the top 3 key lessons that Zambia has learned from its debt burden?
I think the first would be, if you borrow, use the proceeds for capital expenditure. There has to be follow through. And I think this is where governance credibility kicks in. The second point of call is that value addition is actually critical. So we do have resources, we do have all these opportunities, but the question is, are we really maximizing them? For example, instead of just exporting copper, can we export copper wires or something that is sort of semi-processed and be able to improve on the cash flow piece? The third lesson would be to not get entangled in the current state of the world in terms of, there's the East on this side and then there's the West this side, but to harness opportunity, whether it's coming from the East or whether it's coming from the West.
Many thanks to economic analyst Mutisunge Zulu. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. We really love hearing your feedback about the program. Please send them to our WhatsApp number on +44 78 42 61 77 66, or drop a line on our social media at BBC Africa. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk and we will revert. Today's episode was produced by Kigante Shumba in Nairobi, Blessing Aderoba in Lagos, and Kennedy Gondwe in Lusaka. Herbert Masua was the technical producer and Charles Gitonga the senior journalist in charge. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I am Nkechi Obonna, and I will speak to you again.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.